it's me, Ricardo G. We have more Kitty,
Yeah.
Jack Beers, and Elijah. I hope I'm saying
Elijah.
Elijah.
Alicia.
But welcome. Hope everyone's having a good evening on this Saturday evening. Been busy for most of the day, but how are you guys been? How's your guys' day?
But other than that, I'm alright.
Busy but good.
Drink some water. Oh, there you go. That's a big.
It's not that big. I just held it up so it looked big, but I don't know. It's probably like 30 pounds or something. But it's I got my sippy cup.
Sippy cup. Yeah, an adult sippy cup.
It is. People are like, it's not for kids, but we run around with our size sippy cup. So
Right.
Jumbo size. Has some lovely, I love chicken sandwich for dinner. Last night I had some spaghetti. I don't like saying pasta,
well, I gave her
but
about
I know
that the other day. I said, what kind?
it's not.
Like
It's
regular pasta. I said, honey, there's no such thing. You got your elbow macaroni, you got your spaghetti, your fettuccine, your angel hair. What did you have? Turns out it was spaghetti and meatballs. I'm like, just say that.
I know, but I don't really call it spaghetti. I just said I just say it's pasta.
Well, it is pasta, but when I ask you what kind, you say regular. Honey, no. What kind? I don't know, regular car. You'd be like, bitch, there's so many. Like, you gotta be specific with me.
I do love the spaghetti shells spaghetti. I like that one. My great grandma. There was something about the spaghetti sauce that she made. It was really it was really delicious. I still have the recipe for it, but I haven't made it in quite a while. But yeah, the pasta shells.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Ironically, we had spaghetti for dinner last night ourselves.
Oh yeah.
I made a baked cheesy spaghetti in the crock pot, so it was really good.
Oh yeah, she would use a crock pot. I don't really use a crock pot for my sauce. I just take it out of the jar and just put it on the spaghetti and just put it in the microwave and boom, it's done. I don't have to wait for the sauce to be cooked in the crock pot. But
yes, the crock pot's very handy, especially if you work all day and stuff like that, and you just basically want them to cook while you're working and stuff like that. That way, you have less thing to worry about for sure.
Definitely. I know, I don't know, I haven't really seen this, but I wish crock pots will have some kind of liner on into the crock pot just to make it easier to clean.
The same piles of the aluminum foil and plastic wrap and stuff like that. So they do have those.
Right. Hey, Lordcaster, verified Twitch chat. Really? It's for the bots. You know how many bots are on Twitch and on YouTube? It's just to make sure that you're an actual human being and not a bot.
or
no bots, please.
It's kind of whatever you want to be. But it's
Yeah.
not a bot.
Hello. How are you doing, Lordcaster? Hope you're doing good. Oh yeah, that's the reason why. I don't know why YouTube doesn't really give you the tools to combat that. But oh well.
It is what it is.
Yeah, pretty much. I like dipping my croissants into the sauce and stuff like that. It's like extra yummy.
Oh yeah, we've been having croissants with cream cheese. It's
like
the
that.
Philly,
Yeah.
it's the Philadelphia one, and oh my god, it's so good.
I like to sometimes. I like to put a little glazed honey on the croissants.
Ooh.
And that makes the croissants a little bit extra sweet. They should have mod tools to test. On Twitch, yeah, I think so, but
User and timeout or block them, basically.
right.
The main two features.
Right. Yeah, YouTube should have some more tools to combat bots and stuff.
Very true.
I miss the
That's
good
just
old
my
days.
opinion.
You just have a username and password.
Yeah.
Either or, pretty much.
Yeah. I miss those days, but those days are soon to be over.
Yep.
If they're not already.
Yep, they're fading away. But yeah.
What's fading away?
The way YouTube used to be, and
the way the internet used to be, for a lot of these things, they used to just be username and password. You didn't need, anything extra in order to join these sites and services. And now it's, now they want your bank account information. They want your social security. They want to know how many people in your household and what was your first pet, what high school you went to, and then they ask you these things to make sure you're not a robot.
Yeah, especially with the advancements of these robots I've been seeing on YouTube and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. From what I'm hearing, Mr. Elon Musk could have mass-produced these robots in 2027 for public use. So, how expensive is going to be that robot? I'm assuming it's going to be the exact same price or similar as a car. that's a bit out of my price range, man. I mean, yeah, I'm all for having a robot made, but I don't really think I want to take a huge chunk of my wallet. And also, that depends, how many times you have to charge the robot and stuff.
Have you guys ever seen iRobot?
Yeah, Will Smith. Yeah.
This is the beginning of that.
And Terminator.
And Matrix. Just be kind to the robots, folks. In the meantime.
Definitely.
Yes. Say please and thank you, even if you don't have to.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that at in the toy department we've seen a thing which is basically robot controlled and everything with a little remote. I'm like, that's interesting.
Oh, what is that? Looks like a doll, but it's like an AI robot. Was it? It has 2 movies out already. What's the name of it?
So, iRobot was just that movie on its own. There's The Matrix, which is kind of similar to that.
There's WALL-E, which is a kid version of robots and stuff like that.
Let's see here. Chappie's a good one. Oh yeah, Megan.
Okay, I've heard of those.
Okay.
Gotcha.
We're like almost pretty much there for that, which is kind of scary.
That could be. I mean,
Yeah.
the way I see it is, AI is going to be kind of taking over a lot of things very soon.
Well, that's
I
the
think that,
worry. Like people are concerned it's going to take out. It's going to take out the working class.
right. Yeah, that's. I hope that doesn't happen because,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd be out of the job too. Like,
Mhm.
so I don't know. I mean, as I said, I like the idea of it advancing and stuff like that because I could see that it's the future. I see that
Mhm.
that is where we're going. That is going to be what they're already putting like billions of dollars of infrastructure just to get the data centers for these things ready. Um, and so, like, it's only going to be bigger and it's going to be so, you're going to be able to make your own television shows, your own movies, your own video games on this stuff.
Right.
You know what I mean? But I also see high subscription fees for that type of stuff as well.
Mhm.
Um, like if you're gonna want like an AI bot to help you with, let's say you're a song maker, you make music. There's AIs out there that will make music for you.
Speaking of which, I do know that AI is being used to help in terms of research and hopefully a cure for
Cancers and
cancer.
That'd be nice
yeah.
if they would.
So that's gonna be one of the good things about that. Yeah, one of and that's where I would just kind of want to focus on rather than you know the idea of, oh, it's gonna become Skynet or something.
Maybe of like the terms of AI, like the future is limitless with that. I'm just hoping it's not
Well, our
dystopian.
enslavement will be limitless as well. There's at no point does the government or the system in general give us something that is completely fabulous and there not be some kind of fucking catch. There always is. I mean, they're creating a catch now, as you brought up, Raquel, about using phones. I mean, they started with the YouTube. You'll have to verify your ID, and I knew it wouldn't
Right.
stop there. Now they want you to verify your ID to use your fucking phone.
Yeah.
For
They'll
some,
use
for,
AI to make sure
for
you're-
some states, yes.
At some
Well,
point,
it
they're gonna
started
want you to
there.
register your ID in order to do anything on the internet.
And
Mhm.
exactly, and they'll always pretend it's for the children. That's the excuse they always use. It's for the children. No, I don't think so. No, they'll enslave everybody, me included, and they'll
Mhm.
use AI to make sure you're compliant.
And that's why families like the Adamses is very important because they do what they want to do.
Yep,
Pretty
Yeah.
much. Speaking of the Adams family, we're gonna
segued that. Damn.
yes,
I'm
we're
a
gonna talk
professional, baby.
about Wednesday season 2, episode 1 and 2. So I am going to get the screen on here. Alrighty, okay. Let's get everything in order here. Whoops. Okay, that looks a little funky. There we go. All right, we're gonna talk about. Let's see. Oop. Oop, I don't want that. I don't want to play. No. All right, we're gonna talk about episode one. Here we go again. I love the Alan Poe references on the episode.
Mhm.
Yes, it's
Yes.
perfect for this.
Mm-hmm. So it starts off with Wednesday tied up and gagged to a chair for some odd reason.
And
Yeah,
she's got the black tears.
Yes, she does. This is the
Yep,
beginning of
the black
we're gonna see
tears.
that. Let's see that quite a bit during this season, I believe.
Yeah.
6 weeks
Let's
earlier.
see.
Weeks earlier.
Ooh, that doll looks like Enid.
I'm trying to get to it. Yeah. It's tricky. Oh, there we go. Oh, nope. But here are some of the shoots surrounded by dolls. Like it's just like a Alice in Wonderland kind of set.
A little bit. It reminds me of it. I can see that for sure.
Yeah. So
She got the
six
necklace.
weeks earlier, she's like holding a necklace with her first initials
Yeah, the W.
on it. Yeah. And there's a little song playing in the background.
Right.
You know, how did this song go? Raindrops on roses. Here's my few favorite things kind of song.
Yeah, that one is actually from The Sound of Music, which is kind of trippy.
Yes.
It has a crippier vibe to it. I'm like, wait a minute, that song doesn't go with Wednesday, does it?
These are you.
Not really. So she says it's been an eventful summer, and she's tied up in a serial killer's basement somehow.
Yeah.
And who says nightmares don't come true? And he's under the delusion that she's gonna be his next victim, and she'll like cherish the notion while explaining her predicament, how she got here. So fast forward 6 weeks earlier, she spent her vacation mastering her psychic ability.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And all
There's
the
a book.
answers, yeah, and all the answers were in goody books of spells. Let's see.
It's a flashback.
Yeah, and she thinks her ability is under her control, but how much under control? Say, and she wants to set her sights on a obsession or quest that she has since she was a child. I think like 6 years old. I think, and apparently it's the Kansas City Scalper. So this is how her ability works. She needs to physically locate him with an object from one of his killer crime scenes. And stuff.
And you can see she's done extensive background
work.
work on him.
I don't know why she would title it my favorite serial killer.
I think
why?
I think because Wednesday's quirky like that. She doesn't follow the norms like she. So this
No.
is kind of the movie, the Addams Family. The first one, because
We just watched that one yesterday.
Yes. So the teachers has them say, tell us who your favorite, who one of your heroes was. And we see a picture of Barbara Bush. We see a picture of her husband. And then we see a black drawing. And it's like all goth, basically. And the teacher's like horrified. And she says, Oh, yes. Her great, I think, aunt Calpurnia.
And it was like this black and white drawing of a woman getting burned in steak.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the teacher's just horrified. So it kind of reminds me of that when she's doing this here, when she's saying my favorite serial killer. So it kind of goes with the same vibe, saying, okay, Wednesday's into the weirdest stuff that most kids would not be involved into, basically.
Yes.
Yeah. A doll on top of
I saw that.
the
I think that could be the same doll
presentation.
that could be the same doll that she has later as a child that she takes the head off and keeps in her bed. I don't know.
Yikes. And you can see it which says scalper claims 11th victim. So there's been 11 victims
Yikes.
and stuff.
Oh no. Be careful, Wednesday.
Yeah. Yep, not good. But this is when she was 6 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, the teacher her peers were just horrified.
Right.
Yes.
To this presentation she's giving out. Or the fact that she's like also like very well organized for a 6-year-old.
Yeah, she's smart
Yeah.
in many, many ways. I mean,
She's extremely intelligent.
she's ahead of her peers in many, many ways.
True. Let's see. I can get a better.
Oh, I like that bowling ball with the rubber ducky. I thought that was kind of cool.
I do too. So you so again, to physically locate the Kansas City scalper, she needs an object from one of his killer crime scenes, and then you'll see like flipping his fingers at the bowling ball, which is like the rubber ducky.
Yes.
And like I don't know how they got that, bowling. Like first of all, how they got the rubber ducky in it, and second of all, how they made it so clear. And
What I notice is
that is a type of resin.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
You pour it around there into a mold, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Yeah, and you had to probably drill the holes at the top if it was going to be an actual bowling ball that you would use. I don't think there's holes in the top, but
there is. You can see it right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the rubber ducky itself, my hypothesis is that that's a callback to the Tim Burton Batman Returns with the penguin and the rubber ducky.
Okay, I could see that. I could also see it being part of his.
So it's like what's the word I'm looking for?
Homage.
Homage and
like a mini tribute, like a callback, basically.
Yeah, but that's not the like the word I'm
Easter egg.
Yes, Easter egg. Thank you. Easter egg.
Okay.
Literally in an egg.
Only in this case, it's in a ball. Oh my dear.
Right.
I get the metaphor.
I'm sure it could also be at Pee-wee's Playhouse too, because with his breakfast machine and stuff like that too.
Yeah.
He had the bowling ball that kicked off the wake up machine kind of thing that he had too.
Oh yeah, it was a bowling ball that did that. Okay, maybe.
I find it interesting that you see the thing in the police station kicking the bowling ball and somehow gets to the Addy family's home.
Thing has a way of traveling which blows my mind for something that doesn't
I'm like, how did he do that?
Obviously he was connected to a body at one point, but for some reason all of those abilities of see and hear and whatever have been transformed into this one single hand. So
weirdly, you think it's some kind of like black magic or something?
Or maybe some kind of voodoo spell saying, okay, let's take the person's like essence, like my husband did in one of his stories, talked about their ba, basically. So all their ba's been transformed into that hand, basically, at this point. And the hand has now become thing without the body and everything else, basically.
Right. My hypothesis, it's Ash's hand.
That's a good funny.
Maybe.
Nah, that
Maybe.
it won't work.
Yeah.
That's a fun theory.
Yeah, so she's holding the bowling ball and trying to channel. So once he's trying to hold the victim's bowling ball and trying to challenge, not challenge, summon her psychic ability,
Yeah.
through her, I guess her first initial through that necklace, I guess, with Goody's book helping her out.
I think so.
Yeah. And with the scalper in her crosshairs, she has one final harrowing obstacle to overcome, to capture him and apparently bring him to justice, I guess. But first, she has to go through security at the airport.
Oh, this is a fun scene. I love this scene because she's like setting it off for every little thing, and they finally stop her for one tiny little thing.
They actually let her on with all that. Anyway,
Yeah, they're pretty much like anything else on your person, and they're like
Beep, beep.
they're like getting the wand and going up and down her outfit, and they're like, okay, you need to empty out stuff. And she's like, has all these weapons on her.
yeah.
And they just look at her like, Miss Adams.
Yeah.
Oh my fucking god! I have a rat in here. I'm gonna have to take a picture of it.
Oh, no.
I heard the cat playing with something, and it is straight up a rat. It's beautiful, but it's a big fucking rat.
No.
I am fucking dying right now, y'all.
Master Splinter, where have you gone?
Raquel, I'm gonna send it to you on Messenger. You have to show everybody, girl. I'm not playing. I
Can we can show it after. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, girl. I don't know how to make it bigger, but
So he brings out. So they're like something is like grabbing the security guy's attention, and it's Thing in her carry-on, and like this security guy.
He's looking at him like, what the hell's up with this
What
hand?
the hell is this? It looks really realistic, but Thing is trying to not move an inch just to, because he has to like hold his position to make sure that people think he's not real, it's just a plastic hand,
Right.
which is not really the case.
I'm surprised the other passengers that are waiting to go through the TSA kind of thing. I'm surprised they're not looking around like, what's all that commotion about? Because they're hearing maybe the weapons clattering on the floor, probably thinking, what's going
Right.
on?
Hey, did he just pull out a hand?
Did he just pull out a chainsaw? What is that girl bringing with her?
Let's see here if I can get it here. But he's like, he was like, really angry about this.
Because,
yes,
yeah.
This is over 3.4 ounces.
Which is
Really
ridiculous. I know they
for
get so
sun, like, and once he's like, what is that? Apparently, it's sun cream.
Yeah,
I think so. It's sunscreen.
I think it's sunblock because it looks like it's like 50 something. Probably
Yeah, 50.
Yes, 50.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because she bottle for sunscreen too.
I mean, she does. She's probably trying to avoid because she obviously doesn't like the sun and stuff because she doesn't dress like a normal person.
Can we focus on how perfect that beard looks on that?
It's nice. It's nicely trimmed too.
Yes, it's a compliment. Yes, I like it.
Mm. Nicely trimmed beard.
He looks nice bald too, honestly.
Crown dome. Nice and shiny. So let's see. So here's the Kansas City scalper, and he's masquerading as a pooch pampering service for
Mhm.
pooches.
Yeah, what trips me out is this is Haley Joel Osment, the same kid that was in the
Yes,
Sixth Sense.
Haley
And
Joel Osment.
I'm just like, wow. So he has gone like full circle from being a kid that was like haunted by ghosts to where he's now the haunter.
That is a good observation.
Yep, Haley Joel Osment.
Yes, from the haunted to the hauntee.
Weird how that works.
Crazy juxtaposition.
Yeah.
I
Wednesday
love the role.
with the Sandy.
He looks so
Kansas
different with his
City
hair like this.
scalper,
Though.
and she tries to stun him, but she gets the upper hand on her, and she has like a vision, and the black tears run down her face, and she subsequently gets captured. So not good. So she's gagged and tied to a chair.
Tea party.
Yeah, Alice in Wonderland Mad Hatter tea party.
Yep. Tea party gone wrong.
For what it looks like it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Very dark too. Like, get some lights in there.
I know, right?
Are those dolls life size like Wednesday?
Looks like they're child size dolls to me.
Kind of like
from ones at the table and stuff with the teacups.
I think that must be like a
It could be because ironically, not too long ago, we just watched some old TV commercials, and one of them was this life size doll that was about 3 feet tall.
Back in the 50s.
Yeah, 50s and 60s, and the doll was like I think it was like either you could either get one for about $20 or you could get one for about $50, and it was like 3 feet tall.
Yeah, it was basically literally the size of the child, and they could have sleepovers. They could dress each other in each other's clothes because they could fit.
Yeah, and it was crazy because at the very beginning of the commercial, the doll almost is at the door, basically greeting the child.
What's trippy is the commercial itself is more, in my opinion, for the parent than the child, because the commercial actually shows you the manufacturing process and how the doll was made.
Oh, that was the Betsy Wetsy one you're thinking of, sweetheart.
Oh, was that Betsy Wetsy? I'm sorry. I take back everything said.
But they did do that but this one was hi Bone. But
Bone.
But yeah, it's still trippy to see how these dolls are made. But like, wow, that they have these life-size dolls.
Yeah, child-like size dolls at the dinner table, apparently, or the tea table.
Either way, creepy.
Yeah, and the Kansas City scalpers bring a table in with all these interesting tools.
Yes, he's sitting right across from Wednesday, just waiting to make his move.
Yeah. Those tools don't look very so friendly.
No.
Creepy.
Yes.
And he brings out a little doll of Wednesday, saying he likes to have a little memento of his victims, so to speak.
Right.
Which is not even that. Which is extra creepy.
Yeah.
She he ungags her, and she says, "Let me show you my handiwork." And she turns to the doll on her left, and the Kansas City scalper looks at the doll, and you see the doll's head turning open its eyes, and boom, thing just pops out of the doll's head. Like, like, like if I ever saw that in real life, I'm like, I would scream bloody murder.
Very true, because it was definitely startling you. Like, what? Where did that come from?
Yep. Right. So there's thing,
Yep.
and he's like, hitting the Kansas City's helper's head towards the wall. It's like,
Yeah.
stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It was so freaking funny. Well, before, like, actually, he grabbed his jelly jewels, and then he did, like, stop hitting yourself. Like, bashing his head against the wall, so to speak.
Mhm.
And, knocks the guy out.
That was funny.
I'm surprised that, Thing, for just being a hand, is that powerful to
Right.
knock someone's head against the wall like that.
I mean, sometimes I wonder, how can he jump as high as he can with just these little fingers? You can't really jump with these things,
That's true. Your appendage just cannot do that.
Yeah, but I just let it go.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we'll find out why Thing's able to do the stuff that he's able to do one of these days.
Sounds
One
like
of
they
these
want to
days.
use sounds like they want to bring in his background in the next season.
Yeah. Either that or hopefully sometime of this season. We'll see.
Yeah. No, Thing points out she has black tears on her
Yeah.
face, and she's like saying it's a minor glitch, and not to be a word about it, especially to her mom. I guess what she doesn't want her mom to know. And she grabs this knife
Oof.
and then says, "Let's play dolls." The Kansas City scalper, he's just screaming.
Yes, that's a jagged edge of a blade of a knife. Oh my goodness, almost looks like one that they use for like a gutting fish and stuff like that.
Right? Or like, some like a game and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Not exactly sharpened; it's just jagged.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Either way, ugh, I would not want that to cut me. No, thank you.
No. Look here, he's like just screaming, like, "Help me!" Well, you had nothing to blame but yourself, dude.
Don't cross Wednesday Adams. She may end up cutting you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. At the so you see let's see, like,
Yep,
the
scalper.
scalper's been scalped and somehow loses his hair. Or wasn't that like, or that, was that his real hair, or it was just like a wig?
It might have been a wig then, or she just, I don't know.
Or she could, or you do bring up a good point, AVP.
Mhm.
She cut his hair with the knife and just giving a really, really close buzz cut.
Yeah, that's a very true.
From what it looks like, it looks really painful.
Yeah,
Oh no!
especially when he's got the cuts above his forehead and above on both sets of his eyes. Is like, okay, she must have cut him with that knife then,
By accident.
or on purpose, like as a
Or,
warning
yeah.
thing, saying, "Hey, I know who you are. I could kill you if I want to, but I'm not gonna. But watch yourself,
Mhm.
basically."
Pretty much. She has the newspaper framed.
Mhm.
Like, she got her goal from, when she was a kid. She has accomplished it.
Mhm.
And if I remember correctly, their family motto, at least in the movies, were we would gladly consume those who would consume us.
Yeah,
So that's kind of following that family motto.
Nice. Uh, seems like Wednesday's, still working on her novel
Mm-hmm.
and stuff. Her mother, Patricia, comes in, saying she shouldn't be late for her first day of school. And apparently, her mother was hoping to spend more time with her, during the summer, and because she's barely even hasn't even seen her.
Mm-hmm.
I guess when she doesn't like to hang out with her mom too much, which is understandable.
Teenagers, they think they do everything.
I know, right? And
Yeah, they definitely butt heads for sure. She and her mom. I mean,
yeah, definitely. Well, they're both really headstrong kind of women, so
yeah.
they tend to butt heads, so to speak.
Yes.
And Wednesday is like, you know, I think she said to her mom, like, writers should refill their creative cups before they begin again. So she indulges in her favorite passions in terms of torment, humiliation, which we already seen what she did with the Kansas City scalper. So I guess that's her kink.
I think so. She
Interesting.
loves to mess with people.
I agree. That is her kink.
Yeah. And her mom's like wondering when she can read her novel, which I guess puts Wednesday's guard up.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. As a writer, because I've written a lot, so people are always like wanting to know what are you writing, and then they want to read it.
Mm-hmm.
I think, and then they sometimes want to give you the cookie cutter mold, saying, "Oh, I loved it. It was great," even though inside they might have hated it. But basically, they're just trying to say, "Oh, how are you doing?" And then they want to compare it maybe to some actual writers they have read from other authors, and they'll say, "Did this person sound like someone else I like or admire?" Maybe, I don't know. That's something I can speculate.
Yep. DJ Play Nice, hello, how are you doing? Chat, be safe, have fun, take care of your crew, and rock. Thank you for being here, DJ Play Nice. Hope you're having a good evening. Yeah, like I think she's just on edge because she's still writing her novel and she doesn't want anyone to see it.
Mm-hmm.
Just yet. I guess it's the artiste in her.
Yeah, because you want to make sure you have it like in your mind as a creative person. You want to make it almost like picture perfect, so to speak. And then once you release it, then you'll say, I could have done this, I could have done that. Even though people say, oh, I absolutely loved it, it was great or whatever. But as a creator, you're just like, I could have made this so much better, basically, because you're critical of yourself, basically, in your work.
Yes.
Pretty much so, yeah. Yeah, and her mother, Wednesday wants her to actually Wednesday said to her mother that she'll let her read the novel soon. How soon? I don't know. And whether her mom is like telling her to hurry up for school, and she turns to like Thing and says, "What number where his loyalties lie?" And I feel bad bad for Thing because he's caught between the loyalties of Wednesday and the Addams family. So he's like pinned on both sides.
Yeah,
which is unfair, in my opinion.
No, I can see that for sure. I mean, he loves Wednesday in one way, but he also loves the rest of the family in a different way too.
Mm-hmm. True enough. So they're like the Addams family is going back to Nevermore Academy, and this is going to be the first year of
Pugsley's coming.
going to school.
He looks great in his uniform, and this color looks so great with the purple and the red and the black and the green of the scenery that's behind them and in front of them. It looks really great together.
It's actually really well framed. Yeah, no, cinematographer, like, well, worth it. I would want to notice that on top of Wednesday's normal black attire, she's got that Sherlock Holmes coat.
She does. She got like a special order of a school uniform, all in black and gray, so the still in the black and blue color that Pugsley's wearing.
Yeah, that they allowed her to wear from last season.
Yes.
Yeah. Other, to kind of differentiate herself.
Definitely. So they're on their they're the family is on the way to like Notamore Academy and stuff, and Lurch is driving the car.
Yes, he's their family's chauffeur, but he also is much more than that too. Yep. He's very loyal to the family. I mean, he's been with them through thick and thin, honestly, and
modern day Frankenstein,
basically.
Oh, like they look really beautiful, together.
Oh yeah,
like that.
Very wonderful here with the guy who plays Gomez. They do a beautiful job here.
Yes,
definitely. Yes. I don't really. I know, like in the Addams Family movie, in the early variations, Gomez is pretty much this skinny guy. But I don't. I like if people were like griping, like, oh, he's too heavy set, and I'm like, I don't really mind it. I don't want to see what's the problem here.
No,
the dad bod is in style for one, and two, the original cartoon in the 30s, he was short and thick like that.
So I was gonna mention that. Yeah. So I mean, I remember initially like being like, I don't know about it, but then it was like, well, that's traditionally how he's supposed to look. So I was like, I gave it a chance. Actually, this guy's good. I like him.
Yes.
I forgetting his name. Gomez. I don't.
What do they call
I know the actor's name. It's the tip of my tongue. I think his name is Louis Guzman, if I'm saying that correctly.
I think so.
Yeah, sounds right.
And my number is he's been like in
Louis Guzman. Yes, you're correct.
Quite a few movies.
He's Guzman.
Let's see. I think he was in. Let's see here. And also, his voice is iconic too.
Yeah, he was in Boogie Nights.
Nice.
Oh, sorry. That's a little beyond the PG rating, that movie.
That's pretty cool though that he was in that.
What was that movie with yes, the movie Waiting with Ryan Reynolds. That was a funny movie, but yeah, he's a really good actor, in my opinion.
Yeah, he's been at it since 1977.
Wow,
his first role.
Yeah, so they're like heading towards Jericho, which is like 5 miles away. I can't really pinpoint it, but they did pass the sign in this scene right here. And let's see if I can get it, but I don't know if I can get it. But yeah, and this right here, Pugsley uses his electric ability to hit the Jericho 5 mile sign And Gomez is like, "That's my boy. You and Uncle
Mhm.
Fester with the same ability."
Yeah,
And
he does have something
Yes.
similar before in the movie,
Mhm.
actually, with the stop
Yeah,
sign.
yeah, and
he did. Yeah.
Pugsley thinks it's weird that that ability was skipped from his dad. Apparently, his dad doesn't really have that ability.
His dad doesn't have that. He
That is
instead
interesting.
have the strange ability to sword fight like the best of them.
True.
Sure. Well, that's also a good ability. And you know, Trisha, the mom's like, being an outcast isn't about what you can do. It's the state of mind. What
Mhm.
you can do with your ability, of
Mhm.
what you have, which
Right.
is words of wisdom here. But in Wednesday's point of view, she thinks her brother needs to work on his aim, which his mother, Patricia, said he always struggled with. I think from potty training to his first grenade launcher. I'm like, wait a minute. Since when a kid launches his first grenade launcher? Yeah, so he fires his first grenade launcher at poor Lurch and poor Lurch when he's cleaning the family's Adams car, and just like blows up in flames. Like,
True.
damn.
Yeah, I mean the Adams don't do the typical things like in the movie, like when they did with the golf balls with the neighbor who was the judge and stuff like that. So it kind of reminds me of that. So
Which apparently a Lurch can attest to that.
and Lurch is probably thinking, "Oh, don't remind me."
Yeah, he just got the car out clean and then just goes up in flames.
He's almost glaring at him and seething underneath his
Yeah.
breath while speaking. The stories if only Lurch could talk, could tell us more.
Hmm Like, it's pretty funny. Like, but poor Lurch. Wednesday's mother, Patricia, is glad that, Wednesday's taking interest in her brother. I don't really think that's for that reason, though, because she says so herself that she's taking a mental list of how his ability can serve her needs. That's not very sisterly.
No, that's very true.
I don't know.
Not very sisterly at all. Yeah, and here's the weird thing that Gomez says right here. Saying to Wednesday, "That's my little spirit bombita. There is no family, only an I." Like, wait a minute. That is completely the opposite.
Yeah.
No, I give a thumbs down with that one. And I don't know how, but Wednesday predicted there was a stop sign coming up, or I guess maybe she knew that it was there before.
I guess she knew the route.
She probably remembered, yeah, from the
Yeah.
last time traveling.
Yeah.
I guess. And he tells her brother Pugsley to hit the center of the O, but Pugsley doesn't think he can. And Wednesday threatens that if he doesn't, she's gonna hit the eject button.
Right.
which publicly retorts that only Dad can. But to his, I guess, surprise, his dad apparently had a thing. I think it was thing to rewire it into also Wednesday's seat where she's sitting.
Mm-hmm.
So it's pretty much like, okay, Dad's not gonna do it, but Wednesday's pretty much gonna do it for sure. So he has like no choice, and he's like a little bit concerned.
Right.
Yep.
But luckily enough, he did hit the center of the O with the stop sign.
Mm-hmm.
He does hit the mark.
Yes, he does. Under pressure.
Under pressure, yeah. And it causes a huge traffic accident.
Yes.
Which they don't care about. They just freely drive away from.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, get rid of the stop signs. You're gonna have a major traffic accident. And you just see in the background. Well, I hope you can see in the background. Yep. Flames because of the, the aftermath of chaos they just created.
Yes. But I think everybody survived that 4-car accident.
Mm-hmm. So we have like these two, like I think the song "Kiss Me" by Sixpence was playing in the background, like Sixpence None the Richer, I think.
Yeah.
Playing
Yes.
it in the radio. And we have this two couple like
Was it "Kiss Me"? The song?
yeah, "Kiss Me" by Sixpence None the Richer.
Kiss me. Yeah, that one.
Yeah,
Mhm.
pretty much. So these two couple are meeting, and I guess at the park for a picnic, I guess, because you have the wine bottle and a boom box right here.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the basket. Seems really lovely.
Yeah.
And then for some odd reason, you have this weird guy looking in the woods, taking pictures of the couple.
He might be like a private investigator kind of thing, because that seems to be a traditional
Mhm.
kind of thing. That's
Still creepy though.
very creepy.
And he's like getting concerned because all these, crows are,
Yes, which is
around
ironically,
him.
which is ironically called a murder of crows, and they're getting ready to
Yes.
perform a murder.
Yeah, and you see a crow with one red eye showing up.
Yeah, that's creepy. With that,
Yeah, and that crow pretty much cawed very menacingly.
yes,
And then he's getting concerned with all the crows showing up and stuff. It's like what's going on here? And then the murderer crow starts attacking him, and he has no choice to go to his car and calls someone saying that they're like saying that they're on to me if I don't make it. The evidence is at the bullpen, and he looks the back of his vehicle here. Let's see if I can get it here. Oh, come on. Now, how did so he looks back in this vehicle, there's a bunch of crows in the van, in the back of the van. Like, how they got in there?
We are definitely witnessing a murder.
Yeah.
In multiple ways, my dear.
Do you think they got in through the ceiling window right there?
They could have.
Yeah. And that's all it makes sense.
And I think the doors are open too.
I think there's another right above, or like above
One
that,
right there.
right at the edge, yeah. But you can't see if it's open or not.
Yeah, I think it's like a kind of thing of sorts. Yeah.
But I'm assuming that's how they got in. Because they can't open the doors.
No.
Yeah, and then that's when they start attacking him. So yeah, he's doomed.
Yep.
Yep.
I always love the way those gates look for the Nevermore.
I do like the Nevermore Academy gates.
One of the things I do miss is the gate from the Adams house.
Oh
Because
yes,
that gate actually had a personality, but this is a gate that I guess they didn't put a personality.
no, because it's the Nevermore one. So yeah.
Yeah, it's Nevermore. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I like the car too. Like the Adams family's car. It kind of reminds me of the Ghostbusters car a little bit.
A little bit. I could see that.
Yeah.
Kind of reminds me of the Munsters one too.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Mrs. Adams is asking Wednesday, how's it feel? And she's like, it's like returning to the scene of the crime. I know where the dead bodies are buried. No more controlled chaos. I will bend this wheel to my place. I'm like, damn. And her mom's like,
she understands the system now, and now she's ready to control it.
Yeah, with an iron fist. No doubt. And her mother is telling her to be careful because, because this control is often an illusion. Like how she lets her, Wednesday's father believe he's in charge of the family and gives her Wednesday a wink. I'm like, well, dang, man. I hope that's just her being, hope that's satire, not really being serious right with that.
Yeah. I think she's being just a little cheeky there.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But still hardcore.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, there's giving a wink. I but I'll let your dad believe he's the head of the family.
Basically.
And Pugsley is wondering if he will actually make a friend at the Nevermore Academy.
You can tell he's actually nervous here.
Yeah, he's gotten taller too.
Yeah, he has gotten taller. And his dad Gomez is trying to give confidence to Pugsley, saying that he's that he'll make a lot of friends, and the people at Nevermore Academy are their people.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, that's really nice.
Yeah.
And the parents are going to help Pugsley getting settled in, and of course the mom Patricia is telling Wednesday to take care of her brother, which Wednesday says she will always do, and we pretty much seen that from the first season when she when he was getting bullied by his, when Pugsley was getting bullied by his peers from the last season.
Yeah, that's when she
You know, she'd bring a bunch of piranhas to the boys swimming team.
Yes.
Yep. Hello, I don't know how to say your name, but hello, Eo. Say Eo. Hey, hello, Eo. How are you? Yeah. So that was like so. That's pretty. Like it was pretty. A little bit grisly.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, we see a flashback of like Wednesday. I don't know if I can show it. Oh, no. Let's see if I can get it. Yeah, we see a flashback of young Wednesday and Pugsley,
Yeah.
and Wednesday's putting Pugsley in a coffin and sealing this coffin shut, like he's like crying. Aww. Whatever. I don't. She's like. I don't know.
So Pugsley and Wednesday would do these things to each other.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they would kind of play torture with each other. And this is just one of those with Pugsley. Yeah.
So he's literally the guinea pig.
Basically.
Yeah. But somehow they all survive in the end. And,
Yes.
and they become closer as brother and sister.
Mm-hmm.
Weird.
It really is.
Yeah.
That's why that whole family is weird. Like and none of it really makes sense, but it works. Either way, it's crazy.
Yeah. It's their own
Yeah.
closeness in their own weird, crazy way.
Yeah, and she's like giving her brother some ground rules. Like no eye contact without permission. Bullying assistance requests must be submitted through writing, and that thing reports only to her. Like really, you're not gonna let you're not gonna let thing help poor Pugsley.
She immediately took control of things. Remember, thing is like, you don't treat me like a slave. You know, and here they are like negotiating his control.
Damn.
Yeah.
Very sorry. Like, dang, like, you know, thing's not a prop to be used, even though he's a hand.
True.
And later on, he actually like says something about that. You know, like
Mm-hmm.
he does.
A fan club of Wednesday that see is there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the fan club. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
with the one that reminds me of Annabelle.
Yeah. And so you'll see there's the Telltale Cafe right there, right on the
Yeah, the
right
Telltale
corner.
one. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wonderful
Yeah.
Poe reference.
Mm-hmm.
I love the way this layout of this whole area is, because when you get to see the aerial shots, you get to see that one of the towers is ruined. I mean, it's a beautiful
Yep.
view.
Yeah.
In the middle of the courtyard, there's just two green spots of the whole academy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just two spots. That's it. The rest, like, I don't understand
Yeah.
why the whole. It's a courtyard. Like, I don't know why the rest of the thing.
But
Most
there's
of
only
it's cemented.
Yeah. Obviously, I think they were just going for the visual. I mean, they put this little green spot, and it really doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't.
When
The
you about, yeah.
only thing I could figure it could be maybe say like it's like for when they have it during like lunchtime. It's only for like certain amount of students out, because so my high school had a thing what they called the senior courtyard, and that was only for the senior students, and they would basically use that courtyard to eat their lunch at, so they wouldn't have to eat in the cafeteria with the rest of the students. So maybe something, this could be something similar here in the academy for these kids here.
Maybe.
Yeah. The juxtaposition in color between the entire castle and the two little green spots, and then also even the Poe Cafe, that little red spot right there. It's like they do stand out, and I think that's on purpose.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Yep. Wednesday's uniform is totally black and gray, and everyone else's uniform is blue and black.
So now she's dressed as Sherlock Holmes, as you see. She's got that Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah, the snoot, I think they call it.
I don't. Yeah, exactly.
Snoot or a cape or something, I think it is.
Yeah. So yeah, I've noticed that in this season they added that.
I don't really think she realizes she's sticking out as a sore thumb among her peers with that entire black outfit.
I think she doesn't really care, because I think that's what Wednesday is.
You're right. She doesn't care, but I think visually it's supposed to be that way.
Yeah.
Like either Tim Burton or the cinematographer, whoever. Like this was on purpose. Even this girl, this crazy girl with the red hair and those creepy eyes that almost look like they're bugging out. Like there's a reason why you're supposed to notice her.
I think in a way we're supposed to be like from Wednesday's perspective, because she's the outsider, so we're the outsider looking in, basically. And so I think that's the reason why they do it that way, because Wednesday's the outsider. We're the outsider that's watching her and her.
We are watching her perspective. True.
Yep. Yeah, and these, apparently everyone in this, apparently her peers are excited to see her and taking pictures of her. Yeah. And the redheaded girl here and her friends ask for Wednesday's autograph. And
she's definitely the Annabelle look, and also she looks like the original Wendy's mascot.
Yeah, the Wendy's mascot. Yeah.
Which they ironically
except for the crazy eyes.
It's true. Ironically, they just recently did a promo with Wendy's, and they had it called it the misfortune meal kind of thing.
That's true. We should have kept it, but that was a few weeks ago, so keeping that stuff would have been gross.
True.
Apparently, Wednesday only signs her name in blood, and this girl, the redheaded girl, expects nothing less. And Wednesday pretty much retorts like, not her own blood, but her victims. Oh, dang!
She loves to torture this poor kid.
Yeah, and her little fan club is like audibly okay with that. And this is where Bianca comes in and uses her siren song. She takes off her necklace and takes and uses her siren song to say, "You are done here. Shoo."
I love Bianca and her eyes because they're so cool looking, honestly. I know they're probably contact, but they're so cool.
Yeah. Once they find that whole fangirl meetup disturbing, and Bianca's telling her she has to get used to it. You're a big deal with the whole saving school from the Demon Pilgrim thing from last year, last season. Mm-hmm. And Wednesday doesn't understand why anyone still cares about that. And Bianca's you're not much of a clout chaser, are you? popularity doesn't play the laws of physics. The harder you repel, the harder it comes to you. I'm like, she does have a point with that.
Yeah, I agree.
And
Hey, there he is.
yeah, this is the new principal, Principal
There
Barry
you
Dort, played by
Steve.
Steve Buscemi.
Yep.
I know some of his movies, not very, like, not a lot of them, but I know some of them. Like, for instance, Armageddon, for example.
Yeah, he was part of the crew that went to the asteroid.
Yeah.
But he's a pretty cool
Let's
principal
see.
here.
Yes.
Pulp
Sort of.
Fiction, Escape from L.A. Let's see let's see here. Monsters Inc. as Randall Boggs.
Oh yes, he makes an
Yes.
excellent handle in that one.
He was in Fargo. Yep, he was. So he's the new principal of Nevermore Academy, replacing Larissa Weems, who was the principal's shapeshifter. And he's like, very honored to meet the hero of Nevermore Academy, aka Wednesday. Wednesday doesn't know how to react to this. And the principal Barry Dort is going to reinstate the founder Pyre Santa Mary. That is an old outcast tradition. Big bonfire, and he wants Wednesday to be the student of honor with that, which Wednesday doesn't really want to do.
Yeah, she doesn't like being the center of attention too much, honestly.
No,
No.
definitely not. Because she said she would rather be burned at the stake. like, dang, it's like, how dangerous that is.
She was thinking kind of like tis but a flesh wound to me.
Yeah, but a flesh wound. Principal wants her to reconsider because he wants to have Nevermore to return to its glory days. Which I'm curious, what kind of glory days do you mean here?
Right. I think it was the glory days from when, like, Morticia and Gomez
Yeah,
went to that school.
that's a good possibility. Yeah, I could definitely see that for sure.
Yeah, definitely. But also Barry Dort hates to speak ill of the dead, but in this case, he seems to think that we must really fudge things up. I don't really. Not really, in my opinion, from what we saw from last season. Wednesday apparently doesn't like to speak ill of the dead, either because it's much more fun. It's much more fun to demonize the living. So she has some good standard morals.
True.
Which is good.
Why demonize the dead? They're dead.
True enough. Let's see if I can get so first of all, this pics and fan mail off the door of the dorm room.
Those are pretty well done, some of them, especially the one on the far right, the one above the one that says "We love you."
Wednesday, we're your biggest fans.
Those are really, really well done. I wonder if they're actually ones that the fans sent in. Maybe, I don't know.
I mean, let's see if I can get. I don't know if I can get it. There you go. Our hero.
Yep.
One of the fan mails on the door. I have to say, the one right here looks really good. Like all of them looks good.
They're not bad. They're not bad.
The one,
I like the anime one at the very bottom left.
We love you, Wednesday. This one right here looks good.
That's pretty cool. It's like half Enid, half Wednesday on that one.
This looks good. Can't really tell which one's right here and right here,
Right.
but and the one right here, but I don't know what that is.
I think it's like a silhouette of her.
Oh, that's her. I can't really see the hair, but yeah, that's her.
It looks like they put her like on a
Hey,
beside the one beside our hero.
There's Wednesday and Thing right here in that drawing.
Yeah, that's true.
And they made a drawing of her, like, looks really cool. And she's like, we need better security. We need more bear traps. And she proceeds to rip down the fan mail and opens the door. And she sees, like,
oh my,
kids making it,
Enid,
Enid, like someone, two people are making out, and then there's seems like a party is going on in the dorm room, and there's Enid saying, "Howdy, roomie."
Welcome to the party. Good to see you again. I missed you and everything.
And she's like, everybody get out.
Yep, she tells all her peers to get out and leave the dorm room. So they're leaving, like, party's over.
Time to go.
Yeah.
I love that window.
That window is good. We were
I love
thinking
the
about
window
buying
too.
a sticker with that window.
Yeah.
Half color, half not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be a cool thing to put in there, honestly.
Yep. Apparently, there's something. I guess she is. I guess she's Enid's like smitten with this a guy that left the room or the dorm room, and Enid asks Wednesday how it was her vacation because she had the best summer ever, and she was dying to tell her about it, which I don't think Wednesday really cares. She brings out her typewriter case.
Yeah, those are pretty cool. I like those cases. It reminds me of like a music case as well.
Yep. And apparently Enid got her a gift at the Lupin Palooza in Golden State Park.
So obviously she went to California.
Yes.
California. It's been a long time since I've been there. Went to San Francisco.
Nice.
Yeah, she got her a Beowulf Madness t-shirt. Which I don't really think Wednesday's going to wear.
No.
Probably not.
No. She is not a billboard.
She's not a t-shirt type of person.
No. And Wednesday got a gift for Enid too, and it gives her
Like I
the
said, that doll reminds me so much of Enid when I see her.
And it obviously reminded Wednesday of Enid because he gave it to her.
it gives her the big doll that has apparently real human hair on it
Oh my.
with a
What?
tiara.
Oof.
Looks like looks a really good doll too.
Mm-hmm.
Must have got that from my antique store. Yeah, Edith's a little bit weird with the doll, but accepts it anyway. And she expressed to Wednesday that she wants to secure her place in the pack and become the dance troupe captain, and to finally join the Nightshades, which I guess is the wolf pack, I guess.
I think so.
Mhm.
Like a secret society kind of thing.
I think so.
Mhm. And Wednesday just wants to avoid people and work on her Viper di la Muerte novel, which is her novel.
Yeah.
And Enid, to her, sounds like doesn't sound like much of a personal evolution. Which Wednesday says she doesn't evolve, she cocoons. Which I can totally see from
Like that.
Wednesday's perspective.
It totally makes sense the way she would say that.
So it makes sense. And Enid it's wondering if Wednesday got that pebble or she was interested in.
Look at all those little bookmarks.
Posting them, yeah.
Bookmarks. Yeah. Yep. Wednesday.
How did you find the right one?
I have no idea. You think they would be like color coded?
Like they are.
I know,
Wednesday
but with
did.
different colors.
Totally
I mean, yeah. Definitely. I guess the page that we're looking at is called. Wednesday says it's called "Death by 1,000 Notes," and Enid points out there's a typo, and which Wednesday says there's not. It's just an English word for dismemberment.
Mm.
Really, that's interesting. Apparently, that whole novel took 2 years of her life, and people have to pry to her cold dead hands before it's changing a single thing in that novel.
Yeah.
Understandable.
Yeah.
She purposely wrote everything to set up for whatever future chapters were. And of course, what they wanted to do is just remove all that shit. It's like, why would you want to remove the context?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Someone is knocking on the door, and it's Enid hides, and let's see if I can get.
I believe it's Xavier.
Yeah.
No, it's Ajax.
Sorry, Ajax. Yes. My bad.
Yeah, and he has like a very cute pink unicorn plushie,
Which matches Enid.
perfectly with her hair and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, with her blue and pink hair, I should say. She's hiding from Ajax. I guess she just doesn't want Ajax to see her.
Yeah, because she's in the process of trying to break up with him unofficially, basically, even though she hasn't told him yet.
Ew.
Ooh, awkward, right?
Very.
Yeah. Yeah, her and Ajax are like Wednesday and Ajax are like catching up with each other. Like, I was just summer, like, and
Mm-hmm.
Wednesday pretty much like, said she scalped the scalper, and and I guess Ajax is not really listening because he's like wondering where Enid is. Wednesday says she left with the pack and threatened to neuter them if they didn't get out. Oh dang! And Ajax asks if she didn't mind giving this pink unicorn plushie to her, which Wednesday pretty much pinches the top of the horn of the unicorn and literally throws it to Enid. She doesn't even want to touch it. So yeah, she Wednesday just it pretty much follows that Wednesday does not like color and stuff and cute things, apparently. Enid pretty much says she doesn't know how she feels about Ajax anymore. Saying he likes the old her, and she has changed. I guess ever since she wolfed out, I guess. And like once he's telling her to like just talk to him and get over with. But if she does that, it will be like an arrow to the heart. Which, funny enough, she opens the door and there's like a freaking arrow in the closet, I guess. In the closet. And, shoots out and lands onto the other side of the wall. And there's like a photo on it. Saying, "Welcome back, Wednesday. I'm still watching." Who exactly? Not really sure. Wednesday uses a psychic ability to see who's going after her, but she doesn't see anyone in her vision, and she has like one black teardrop going down her eye. And Edith points it out just so she has a little something, and when she says it's nothing, and you can see that things getting concerned. So we go to the boys' dorms room, which is, I guess, called Caliban Hall. And we see Eugene there, which is the B guy. And like Eugene and Pugsley are like, getting to know each other. And that's Eugene's mom. I think her name is Janet.
Right. And of course, Eugene is in for a big surprise hanging out with Pugsley, because they're going to learn a lot about, how zombies are made.
Yeah. Like apparently, Gomez is like just taken back in nostalgia of being in Caliban Hall again. And Pugsley and Eugene are shake hands, and I don't know if it's accidentally or on purpose, but Pugsley electrocutes or stings electrocutes Eugene's hand.
I mean, I think it was one of those like introduction to like, hey, this is my power.
Mm-hmm.
I shock things. You know? Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's kind of what it is. And then it makes sense later on when you watch later on. I don't want to spoil it yet.
It's okay.
But yeah, there's a zombie that it's
Yeah. We'll get to that. There's Eugene's mom, Janet, and Miss Adams, and
yeah.
I guess I don't know
I've always
what
looked for
Eugene's last name is.
right. Yeah, I don't know either, but I always loved what they always put on Morticia and Gomez, the clothing on both of them. It always made sense. Um, but I always, even in the comic version, from the comic version to even to how they're doing it now, with Morticia, they always have the gown going all the way down to the ground and kind of dragging a little bit. I mean, obviously, practically that would not make sense at all. But I always thought that was a nice look, and they always even in this version they do that. I appreciate that. And with Gomez, they keep this like kind of like Jack Skellington red and black stripe look for him that actually started in the Addams Family movies in the 90s. I think.
Yeah. So his last name is Ottinger. So I guess that's Mrs. Ottinger.
Okay.
Janet
name.
Ottinger.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Eugene Ottinger.
Yeah, and
Okay.
Mrs. Adams and Mrs. Ottinger meet each other,
Yeah.
and Mrs. Ottinger, aka Janet, says she wasn't sure that she wanted Eugene to come back to Nevermore, but Eugene insisted. And Pugsley, not reading the room,
Nope.
asks Eugene what it was like to get gutted by a hide. And says Eugene says he sometimes wakes up screaming, which is horrible. And Pugsley is just amazed by that. It like brother like sister, I guess. Have the really weird hobbies.
Yeah, I agree. And yeah, it'll be fun to see what they get into together.
Yeah. And Gomez is like, remember, boys, the friends you make here will be your brothers for life. You kill each other and provide alibis. Like, you expect them to do murder? We're like, what?
I mean, that is the Addams way.
What are you trying to say, AVP? I can't really hear you.
So, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. So basically, back in the movies, we find out that basically that Gomez and his brother Fester were in like a juvenile camp kind of thing. So it didn't have to be basically murder. It could have been just like theft, or it could have been like robberies, or it could have been like stealing a car or something like that. So I think that's what he means when he said just allies, not just murder in that kind of case.
Well, they even pulled just pranks together, like going into lakes with shark fins.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to scare people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yikes. So Pugsley sees the aquarium. He's like, "What's with the bugs?" And we all know Eugene can control bees, but now he can control other bugs, which is like caterpillars, I guess.
Yeah. It's kind of reminiscent to what the creators of this show did in their other show, Smallville. They had a character that was involved with bugs and stuff like that, and that was like reminiscent of that. Basically, it reminded me of that because that particular character was obsessed with bugs and basically transformed into a bug at one point, which was really weird.
No,
Yeah.
I don't know if it's because of the camera angle, but the caterpillars look really big to me.
I think they're CG.
I think so. I could definitely see that.
Because eventually, they actually spell out a word. I think it's just bug off. Yeah, they spell a word, bug off.
Yeah. Yeah, Eugene uses his bug ability. Let's see if I
oh, right there.
Yeah, because Pugsley said the caterpillars look juicy, and Eugene says they're pets, not Pugsley said they're juicy for late night munchies, and Eugene says they're pets, not snacks. Like, why do you want to eat caterpillars?
Wednesday's brother's definitely a weird one. So
they all weirdos.
Yeah. Says, and he makes the caterpillars spell bug off. Pretty much saying like we are making it known the caterpillars are not meant to be eaten.
With caterpillars, disapprove.
Right.
Definitely.
We are friends, not food.
Right. And poor Pugsley.
It's like they put it to a vote.
Yep, they pretty much did. And poor Pugsley just wants to hang out with Eugene and makes new friends. But Eugene pretty much says like he owes a lot to his sister, but just wants to see how it pans out first. Talking about, first impressions not going well. And poor Pugsley just feels, out of sorts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he just wants a friend to hang out with, honestly.
Yeah.
He's new. And he knows that Wednesday is not. He can't hang out with Wednesday, so he's got to find his own buddies.
Exactly.
And he seems like, he seems like a good friend to have around him. And he does hang. They do hang around.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
They get into some shenanigans.
Yeah, shenanigans. So here comes Ajax, and he's like the new resident advisor, and asks if the two have questions. And Pugsley right off the bat asks him if he can stone him with his snakes. Like, I don't really think he want to be stoned, especially for how long. And Ajax pretty much like, that's not going to happen.
Right.
And then Eugene just says, are you still together with Enid, or she'd come to her senses? I'm like, damn, man.
That was a burn.
I'm like, you're not like, yeah, that is a burn. Like, some friend there. And Ajax just got like fed up and says like, "Do you have any dorm related questions?" Which is like pretty much a no.
So the family
Yep, the
is just
family.
Yep.
gathered here in front of the principal.
Mm-hmm.
Principal Barry Dort. And
And
apparently
Lurch too.
what?
Yeah, Lurch is in the right there.
Lurch is in the
Yeah, the
background.
Lord's just right there. Yeah, he's right
Yeah.
there.
That's
And,
why I said family meeting.
I just don't see
family
Fang
meeting.
though.
Hmm.
Maybe
Yeah,
he's in a little house.
I guess. So Principal Dort has asked her parents to chair the gala fundraising committee. And apparently Vincent Troop that we saw from last season chaired the last 3 years, but after Xavier was falsely accused of murder, he pulled his son out and his endorsement from Nevermore.
Mm-hmm.
Yikes. And Principal Barry told Wednesday that Xavier is not coming back and he's heading to Rheinbach, if I'm saying that right. Reichenbach, hoping I'm saying that right. Academy in Switzerland, of all places. Apparently Wednesday's folks were exchange students over there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering if we're going to see that sometime in the future or not. I really don't know.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, you would have to bring in the whole family. I mean, I know they do bring in the whole family for this season, but
Mhm.
they don't play an extended role,
Mm-hmm.
except for the mother.
Yeah.
Pugsley has like his own storyline with the
Mm-hmm.
and but it's completely separate from Wednesday stuff. So
Yeah.
it becomes like a you got your A plot, which is the Wednesday mystery, the B plot, which is Pugsley's stuff, and the C plot, which is the idea of these guys, trying to manipulate Morticia into giving funds or
Mm-hmm.
going to her mother to give funds and all that.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
those are your 3 plots, I think.
Yeah. It'll be interesting if we see if we do see the school academy in Switzerland, which is the Reichenbach Academy in Switzerland.
Mhm.
And Mr. and Mrs. Adams will talk about it when they ride back home. But Principal Barry Dort has other plans in mind. And they
Yes.
go to Rottenwood Cottage, which was where Marilyn Thornhill lived last year, which is the last season.
Right.
And you can tell it's very decorated in pink, and which nobody likes, especially.
I like that image right there of him handing her and she's looking at this like,
Key.
"Sorry,
Yeah,
my kid."
She's like, oh my God, no.
yeah.
More than a
She
pixel.
ain't a fan of the pink colors. Neither is Wednesday. She's
Yeah.
and and the dad Gomez is like, nothing your putrefying touch couldn't fix. Carabella. So I'm
Cara
guessing.
mia.
Yeah.
Mia, mi amor.
Yeah. So yeah. Well, so he can safe to say the Adams family are not really keen on the decor.
They can adapt.
Really beautiful though, but not to the Adams family's liking.
If I remember, by the time you see it next time, it's changed very much.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see here.
I like that red lining.
Yep,
on
this is what it looks like right here.
They look so out of place here.
Out of sorts with Lurch right there.
Lurch is like, ooh.
Yeah, and you know who's going to do all the work is Lurch. He's going to do all the painting and all the. Yeah.
He's like, ugh, too much work.
Yeah.
He'd be happy with that.
Apparently,
Oh, he found some nice.
Pugsley found some old mouse traps.
Oh.
And he asked his dad, like, if you want to find some more to get a snack. Like, oh, freaking gross.
Yeah, they look like they've been
Why?
I mean, so those. That's a very quick scene, so you're not meant to see like the gore that in the screen cap.
It's true. He's almost got like the devious smile on his face, like he's enjoying finding
No, it's
it.
perfect. It's perfect. That's exactly Pugsley.
Yeah. So, dad and son go to the kitchen to eat mouse from mouse traps. And Wednesday and her mom are having a talk, and her mom's like wondering what her next chapter might be, but did say she won't consider a Principal Barry's direct proposal if it makes Wednesday's uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
So she's like in this little sticky situation. She wants to help, but doesn't want to make Wednesday uncomfortable, which I applaud her for.
You can tell she's struggling to navigate the obstacles of parenthood.
Yeah, and she's like, telling Wednesday that it's been hard with Goody gone, and no one from their blind rise reaching out to be her new spirit guide.
Mm-hmm.
But if she stays at Nevermore Academy at this Rottenwood Cottage, she would be of assistance temporarily, of course, until a new spirit guide presents themselves. And Wednesday, pretty much tells her mother, her mom's a dove, she's a raven. Both of them were on different paths. But her mom pretty much said, like, I have experience with ravens, which, which gets Wednesday, what's the word I'm looking for? Questioning, I guess. Like, are you talking about your sister? That you had never been really forthcoming about her Aunt Ophelia. Mm-hmm. Like, who is this Aunt Ophelia they're talking about? And Mushisha says Wednesday reminds a lot of her sister. No, like, I'm like, okay, so who is this Aunt Ophelia we haven't seen? Now, Wednesday doesn't want her mom to worry about her and just worry more on Pugsley because he has a brain of a dung beetle and the ambition of a French bureaucrat.
Yep.
And Wednesday, has enough and takes off.
I think this is her being a teenager and just kind of like, I got to get away from my mom, and she's hindering me in this way or that way.
Yeah, she does feel like, her mom's like hindering her. And Gomez is like wondering, what is it? What was the word he used? Querida? Some kind of Spanish word. What does that mean? Querida. Okay, so it's a Spanish word meant for beloved or darling.
Okay.
And, Matricia knows that Wednesday is hiding things from her and says that, she will not let history repeat itself. What that exactly means, I'm not really sure about that. So we see Wednesday and Thing walking in the woods and stuff. And Wednesday says she can handle her mom and tells Thing to keep his nosy fingers out of her business. Like, fingers aren't nosy.
So I mean, I do think this is another example of her just kind of like being a teenager and lashing out, because honestly, Thing has been most faithful to her this entire time.
Yeah, you're right. You're pretty much right about that.
Yeah.
Now,
but I mean, at the same time, I also know that, like, I mean, like when someone like Morticia comes into the room, she kind of pulls rank when they come in, or Gomez or something from Wednesday.
Yeah, she sees police cars right there. What's like going on? Someone died. And someone's on a gurney.
Not good.
No, not good. I'm not gonna show it because it's grisly.
Yeah,
it was definitely
but apparently the guy we saw taking pictures of the couple, he's dead. Had his eyes plucked out from the crows.
Yep.
That's why I didn't want to show it on screen, because it is grisly.
It is.
It's basically see no evil. Like,
see evil, see hear no evil.
Yeah, with the
tell no tales.
Like, see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil.
Yeah.
See no evil is your eyes are plucked out.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the metaphor.
Dead man tell no tales kind of thing here. Yeah. They're in the yeah. That's the guy right there.
A little bit of that.
So the sheriff's right here said the couple that this guy was spying on or taking pictures of. Here's the couple here. Apparently they're Greg Mulligan and Debbie Prizeman. Greg is the manager of Piggly Wiggly.
So that's a grocery store chain that they have typically in the South, basically. But you don't hear it mentioned too often nowadays.
No. And Debbie is a cashier. Bradbury, which is the guy who's taking the photos, was catching supermarket sweethearts in a twist or tryst. Oh yeah, however you say it, and then was attacked by a squad of kamikaze crows.
Yeah.
Kamikaze crows, like you see here.
I love that because it's very reminiscent of an Alfred Hitchcock film called The Birds.
Yes,
Mhm.
definitely.
A very classic old time movie.
Oh yeah.
Yes, and the idea was like, it's different from this. I know already. It's not the same, but for the birds, it was the idea is like the birds have started a war with the humans.
Yikes.
But yeah, this one is different. I think the birds have been influenced by a demon entity, if I remember correctly.
Yep. The cop I think the cops said this is like a first even for Jericho.
Yeah.
Sheriff Santiago is right here. Apparently, she's the new sheriff. She is questioning Wednesday. Right here. Like, ask her why she's here. And says she promises to be better than her predecessor, which is like former Sheriff Galpin from last season. And Wednesday said that that's going to be exceptionally low bar. So she's doesn't really feel intimidated by this sheriff at all.
Mm-hmm.
And like, yeah, man. She's just like wondering, like, curiosity killed the cat, and this is pretty much just what's going on here with Wednesday.
Yeah. She's gonna get too deep into this, of course. We all know that's
Yes.
Just can't help herself.
Yeah. She's almost like a darker version of, say, like Nancy Drew in many ways because of her curiosity.
Oh, a dark Nancy Drew. You got something.
Yeah. You're on something, AVP. Yes.
She knows the voice actress who did Nancy Drew for the video games.
Yes, Lottie Manella. Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She's such a sweet person. I've actually gotten to meet her twice out here in California, which is
nice.
I got to meet her too. She's wonderful. Yeah.
She and I are friends on Facebook. Yeah, we've talked. I actually got to interview her on my channel at one point.
Awesome. So there's this like hooded figure dude. Once he spots him, he takes off. She runs after him. He's running, and she comes out of a tree and gives the guy a right hook. Like, damn! I didn't know she was that powerful. And apparently, his Galpin, like sticky, apparently, surveying the crime scene, I guess. And it reveals that, the reason it was at the crime scene because his friend was Carl Bradbury and they're working on a case together. And that's ultimately what got him killed.
Mm-hmm.
So he's saying that he has a target on his back. Like, uh-oh. Not good.
Nope.
Yeah.
No.
And you can tell that worries him.
Yeah, he looks worried. Wincy says she plays cello, not a violin. And Galpin's telling Wincy he stumbled on something that would affect all outcasts. What exactly? I don't really know. Is he talking about the crows or something else?
Don't know.
And it said that his son's Tyler is an outcast, and that Mrs. Thornhill turned him into a
Oh,
monster.
yeah, she did say that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was her theories about it. It was
Mm-hmm.
like
Mm-hmm.
it was the mainly the son, that's outcast son, the one that she put away
Yeah.
Yeah.
last season. Yeah.
Wednesday, in her mind thinking, said that Tyler was always a monster, and she unlocked that out of him.
Mm-hmm.
And told Gablin right to his face that he was a deluded man who can't hide from his tin badge. Like, damn. And Gablin pretty much retorted that, like, the badge never stopped her, which is true. And is asking if for her help, saying she didn't stumble into that crime scene by accident, and she was drawn to it like a moth to a flame, which is not good for Wednesday.
Nope.
She has a particular habit drawing herself to danger, so to speak. And Wednesday says it's a shame that his physiological insight couldn't help save his son. And Gelplin's pretty much, you could tell, like, Gelplin's in pain. And tells Wednesday to come find him, but to remember the birds are always watching.
Yeah.
Which they are, because he's looking at the top of the tree branch, and she's hearing it, the crow. Hey, that's freaking creepy. The crows are watching. There's eyes and ears everywhere in the freaking woods.
Ooh, I like the way that looks.
Yeah, it does like give off like Hogwarts, Harry Potter vibes to it.
Kind of reminiscent of the Addams Family house in itself too.
Mm-hmm. Now I love this part right here. So right here at the Calvin Hall, Ajax is telling a story. It's a tradition to tell the story at the first night of school, and it starts off. I like this is like where the stop motion story comes in. So this is like work of
Yes.
Tim Burton right here.
I love this animated series.
I know a little the animated stop motion scene right here. I love it too.
Yes.
Yeah, it reminds me of his film Frankenweenie when he does this.
Frankenweenie.
This is a callback to Frankenweenie, the way they animated it. It's wonderful.
Yeah, definitely.
Anyway.
So it's at a hospital, and so it's about a brilliant boy with a fragile heart, and the doctors have told him they only have months to live. So these are the doctors. Creepy. So the boy draws a design of this clockwork heart. So here's the clockwork heart. That's I guess whoever designed it, or built it.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they removed his fragile heart here, which is oh Jesus.
Yes. So they took
Oh,
they
yeah, they took that out. I'm like, oh god.
they replaced it with this mechanical heart.
Yeah, the mechanical clockwork heart,
Yes.
which was successful. But mechanical heart changed the boy
Mm-hmm.
at Nevermore Academy. He has grown cold and driven by ambition. Hailed as the greatest mind to walk the halls at Nevermore Academy. But his inventions became more dangerous. One night, his genius cost his life. And so there's an eruption at the clock tower, and he's thrown out of the clock tower.
Yes.
Legend has it, his body is buried at the foot of the skull tree in an unmarked grave. Put your ear to the skull tree's hollow left eye. You can still hear the clockwork heart ticking. Tick, tick. Only the bravest in Caliban Hall ventured out at night to take the dare to listen to the tick of the clockwork heart. So will you. Tick, tick. And Pugsley is so enamored with the story.
Because I think he sees this as like an equivalent of the telltale heart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I can see why he'd be excited for it.
Yeah. Yeah.
By the way, wonderful reading of that. Good job.
Oh, thank you. I wanted to get that right. I'm
You did a wonderful job.
I love stop motion animation.
Stop motion is wonderful. And you explained it perfectly.
Yes.
Thank you. Hey, H&1, how are you? How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. So there's Principal Barry Dort, and he's welcoming Bianca into the room. I don't know if I can get them together or not. Let's see here. Oh, there you go. So Bianca's name is her last name is Barclay, so her name is Mrs. Barclay, and the Principal Barry Dort welcomes her. For making time for this meetup, saying it's a wonderful day. It's nice to see the Nevermore Academy brimming with outcast energy, and points to some kind of portrait, saying that their most famous alumni would be proud, which is the portrait right there. I have no idea who that is, though.
I think. Oh,
that might be Edgar Allan Poe.
Edgar Allan Poe?
That's Edgar Allan Poe. That's good.
Oh, okay. I wasn't really sure.
That is the name Nevermore Academy, so it's named after him, obviously.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's why there's so many.
Yes, of those references for sure.
Mm-hmm. No, Principal Barry Dort says he's been watching Bianca, how she interacted with her peers. That her charisma is something that can't be learned. It's a gift, and says she positively oozes from it. She guesses that she has some political aspirations in her future.
Yes.
Bianca likes the idea of having to change her outcasts. And Principal Barry Dort says, tells her why. What if I told you you can start creating that change today at the as fundraising gala's student liaison. And he mentions that the school, I guess the school right here, said they need to heat things up right here to hit their
goal.
Their goal, yeah. And that she's the one that he's been looking for.
Mm-hmm.
Bianca is honored, but doesn't really sure she has time.
And she doesn't understand why. Yeah, because she's going to be used for her powers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. And she's a scholarship student. And right here, this is where Principal Bear Doris being really low key and manipulative right here, saying that school's in a financial pickle, and this school does not meet foundation goals. He might be forced to let some of the scholarship students go. So he's literally pressuring her to make a decision.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm come on.
And
then further pushes the envelope, saying he knows how everyone feels about sirens, but he doesn't share that view.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was gonna just point out.
Yeah.
When he puts that out there, her first reaction is to try to use her siren powers to tell him, you will not manipulate me that way ever again.
Yeah.
And he pulls out he pulls out something that counters that spell.
Right.
So it's not like this is done against her will.
Mm-hmm.
This is against her will, and he's saying no outcast should be limited or shamed. So he's trying to cover up the fact in a very conniving way that he to make it seem like he's not really forcing her, but at the same time he really is. And
it's very apparent.
And she's wondering, right off the bat, she's wondering, are you asking because she's a siren? And the principal is use your powers of persuasion for a good cause that should be applauded. That everyone wants the best for Nevermore Academy. And ask her to take another look over her schedule. She can see if she can squeeze this in, and to give her decision to him by tomorrow. Dude.
They want they want the results quick.
Yeah. He really wants to meet this goal for the fundraiser gala committee. For what reason, I have no idea. And we see Thing outside with Enid. Thing tells Enid that he gets yelled by Wednesday. Enid thinks that her Wednesday's popularity is getting to her, and that people aren't really built for fame, which is some people are built for fame, which is true.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You know,
I like how much Enid has accepted thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
definitely.
You can tell they're very close. In fact, Enid makes a little house for thing.
Yes, which was very
Yeah.
sweet of her.
Yeah, she's like pretty much says like, you know, when people get stressed, like relatives can be easy punching bags, and in things case, sparring gloves, and yeah,
That's a good one.
and she knows how it feels not belonging, but thing does, which I agree with, and you know, brings out this.
I love
It looks like a chest suitcase.
yes.
Yeah,
I think she like took a dollhouse and just completely redid it for thing.
but it looks like, I don't know if it looks like a chest
Yeah.
suitcase to me.
Yeah, she just modified
Yeah.
it. She
Yeah.
Or
probably
maybe it is a chest. Maybe it is a chest. You're right.
Yeah,
maybe
because
she
I see it
combined,
right. I see it right there.
so maybe she combined the two, the dollhouse, and maybe found a way to squish it into
Well,
that space.
I'm
Mhm.
using dollhouse parts, obviously.
Right, of
Yeah.
course.
Okay.
Right.
I understand.
Yeah, definitely. Looks very homey.
Mm-hmm.
A place that.
He looks comfortable. That's a big. So for a hand, I'm just thinking you would need like
Hey,
a
look,
really
a little
big chest.
shower right there.
That's a huge chest. Oh, there is a shower.
Nice. That is so cool.
But yeah, it would be a huge chest. Anyway,
A place to call his own.
Mhm.
Well, I like it. This little bean bag right there, a little bed
Yes.
right here.
mhm.
Looks really comfy.
Looks like you got like a little toiletry cabinet on the top shelf on the top left somewhere.
Right there,
Lo-
right here too.
Yeah, right there. Yeah, like lotions and creams to keep them soft.
Yeah. Maybe right here is like some kind of desk or something.
Maybe
Yeah, little plant right there.
like a little bed too.
Right here. Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can see it. Oh my god! So like, I I'm thinking about making.
That'd be a lot of fun to make one.
It's inspired me to make a set. Anyway, we can't afford to make a set tonight.
True.
Wednesday comes in, and we see the whole Wolf family welcoming,
Yes.
celebrating things new place, and it looks like a chest to me. Look at that. I have never seen a chest suitcase opening up. It looks like those old suitcases back in the 1900s. You know, those the ones that
Yeah.
opens up on like another layer within.
Yeah, they're like
One-
spring loaded kind of thing. So I know what you mean.
Yeah, definitely. That's what it looks like to me.
Like one of those steamer type trunks that they used to have, kind of thing. That was
Oh yeah,
multi-layered.
definitely. You know, and the family's like the Wolf family's like howling. Wednesday just takes off. Like, I'm not staying for this. And it's like, nope, I'm gone. And she goes downstairs to play her cello, which is the Montagues and Capulets from Prokofiev's Romeo and Juliet.
Okay.
So that's the song she's playing.
Yeah.
Which shows Mrs. Adams is like at the fireplace, looking, probably a diary, says anophilia on it, and I don't know if we can yeah, sketches.
I believe that's her sister's book, if I remember correctly.
Her sister's book. Black tears down her face.
Yeah, and there's writing behind the drawings too.
Mm-hmm. So this is definitely a foreboding link to Wednesday. What's this mean? Doesn't really look good.
Nope.
Not at all. That looks
Nope.
like someone's disturbed.
I see all the pink is gone now from the.
Yeah,
from
you can tell they've already gotten rid of the pink.
Yeah, they already got rid of the stuff for the couch, but
true, but it's very subdued though.
It's very subdued. I think they're just starting it.
We're working on it.
Working on it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Pugsley's looking at a map for the Skull Tree location, no doubt. And he revives the spider here. Ugh, gosh.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like spiders.
Oh.
Thing puts a ring on. It has the knight chess piece symbol on the ring on it. I don't know what that pray tells, though.
Not really sure.
Mm-mm. Yep.
You can see he's being watched.
Galpin, yeah. I was looking at an old video of his son. And then Principal Barry Dort opening a package and sees the portrait of Principal Weems, which, to his, charm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, what is he supposed to do with the portrait? You know what I mean?
I mean, I guess you could put it away in storage. I mean, like, I don't, you probably won't destroy it or whatever. I think you would just put it away in storage.
Someone with gloves is taking pictures of Wednesday and cutting her eyes out of her picture. What the heck?
Oh my, that's a little creepy.
Yeah. Wednesday's playing the cello, then I guess her hand got stiff and she didn't finish the last part of the song. And then you see
she comes in and kind of like inspires her.
Yeah, this is Miss Capri saying Proco Rev. Sorry, if I'm not pronouncing it that right.
I'm not sure.
I can't do that to you. And she's the new head of music teacher.
Right. She wanted her to come, audition for a part or something like that. With her cello.
Yeah.
And she finally does here. No, actually, she doesn't. She comes here to do her cello thing and just kind of relax. And then she comes in and sees her in here doing the cello thing and says, "Hey, thank you for finally coming and joining us," or something. And she lets her know she hasn't decided on that yet.
Yeah, she's just trying to impress, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go into all that exposition.
Yeah. Wednesday says Miss Caprice is actually Isadora Capri that completed her first classical album at wolf howl at age 10. So she's a wolf, I guess. And Mrs. Capri didn't realize she has any fans still left. Lindsay says she always was fascinated by child prodigies, the focus, the talent, and unrelenting quest for excellence. It seems Miss Capri is really, really involved in music because she said she was lucky to break that before it suffocated her.
Mhm.
And once they thought teaching was the preview of those who can't. Apparently, Mrs. Capri was inspired by young people, aka Wednesday and her friends, who saved the school in face of overwhelming odds and decided to give back to her own community. So I guess because of Wednesday, she decided to come back to the academy. So maybe she's worked there before, I guess.
Perhaps.
And she's like saying to Wednesday, like, we have work cut out for us. Again, Wednesday said her hand was a little stiff.
Right.
And Mrs. Capri said that's not the case. That wasn't the problem. That her pain was the only thing that made her performance interesting. And tells her Prokofiev was a chess master. His concertos are suddenly deceptively cutting, that he wants you to feel notes, not participate them. So I guess Wednesday is participating in those then rather than feeling them. But that's not really Wednesday's forte.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And Wednesday's like she's not looking for lessons. She plays for her own fulfillment. And Miss Capri pretty much says, like, the music doesn't seem to fulfill her. To try controlling it. Succumb to this beautiful chaos. And Wednesday just doesn't want to succumb to that chaos because she wants to cause chaos. It just want to succumb to it. Which is pretty much her forte. But I like this Miss Capri character right here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Where they start to set up the
bonfire that they're gonna be doing later.
bonfire. Yeah.
These are the Da Vinci students.
And
they
I love how you can see it right there.
Mm-hmm.
How they build it.
Yeah, they're building a bird pyre made of sticks and branches, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
And there's Principal Barry Dort. Apparently, that hasn't been a pyre since. Apparently, in Patricia's mind, there hasn't been a pyre since her days at Nevermore. So apparently, it's been a long time.
Yeah. And the idea is that he wants to resurrect that tradition, and he wants everything to go just right because
yeah,
he's putting a lot of trust into Wednesday. So
yeah. The Da Vinci students are like building bird made of sticks and branches and whatnot. Apparently, Principal Barry thinks that Da Vinci's have creativity in the right pinkies that he has in his entire body. Okay, I'm like, okay, pinkies.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Pinky.
Pinky's that tradition is so important and instill pride in our children
That's
and the
what he says.
students.
So, yeah, that's what he says.
Mm-hmm.
Now he says right here that Principal Weems was all about fitting into the normie world. Of course, he doesn't mean any disrespect because Patricia and Principal Weems were old friends.
Mm-hmm.
And that the Adams family is a prime example who don't bend to normie culture, and that is a testament to Mrs. Adams. And right here he's like asking if Mrs. Adams, Patricia, is like made a decision about the sharing the gala because he's like really trying to push for that.
He, if I remember correctly, he had made the siren call for the grandmother. It didn't work apparently. Like it worked for her to like call the mother, but then like nothing came out of that.
Well,
specific interaction.
He's trying to force Bianca to help with this,
which she does.
That Principal Barry Dort has.
Yeah, she does participate in it, not unwillingly, but then once she does, it's like the consequences, which ultimately fail, is not her fault. Like
right.
I understand that part. It's like I really thought that that character was a dick for making her do that.
Right.
Because,
yeah. So he's wondering if Patricia made her decision about the cheering the gala, and she's pretty much like still pondering that because she wants to do the best for Nevermore, but also her family. And Principal Barry Dort understands that she's wise, looking for a student liaison. And that's when Bianca comes in and saying, he's hunting for a liaison student to his sister, and he's on the hunt for that person. And that's when Bianca swoops in, saying, "Look no further. I'm here." So she changed her mind. I don't know what changed her mind, but anyhow, and introduces Bianca Barclay to Mrs. Adams as the best and brightest. And Bianca said, pretty much said that it would be an honor to work with Nevermore legend. I guess that could be the reason why she changed her mind, I'm guessing. And Principal Barry Dort pretty much implores Miss Adams to come to the pyre tonight and see where that they are trying to build here, and decide if she wants to get involved. So they're like he's trying to really push for it, but not too much to overstep his bounds in terms of Mrs. Adams.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you can tell. Yeah, he I mean, the way this is written, it's calculated that way, where it's like he's not trying to overstep it. He's pushing, and then like when it doesn't work out, he kind of pulls back.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
So Enid gets a letter to has a letter, and she's telling it to Wednesday that it's from Xavier.
Mm-hmm.
he said he tried texting, but guess they lost the phone they gave to her, and that's what. See if I can find it. She drops in a boiling pie for some odd reason.
So I think that's a nod to the grandmother, because the grandmother is not in this version, but she did a lot of the cauldron stuff, all of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Wednesday opens the package, and there's a portrait of one red-eyed crow with a white rose. The same red-eyed crow that we've seen earlier. Spooky. And Enid reads Xavier's note saying, "Consider this a goodbye gift. An image flashed in my head. Don't ask how I know and what it means, but it's connected to Wednesday that he's sure of. Who is Wednesday Adams with a mystery to solve, right?" Which is true. And yeah, a portrait of a creepy red-eyed crow standing on a headstone with a white rose. Creepy.
Yeah. But you can see, they already know, they're already looking at each other like, we got a mystery to solve. It's almost like a Scooby-Doo thing.
A little bit.
It's time for a mystery, and you can tell. Enid, of course, is excited about it. Wednesday is also excited about it, but she's not going to show it.
Right.
She didn't go to show it.
Yeah. Enid said her and Thing are heading up to the Pyre event gathering. And Wednesday thinks Thing used her typewriter without her permission, which she didn't.
Yeah, he
And then,
did not.
Nope. And the note pretty much says, "Read any good books lately?" And she finds out her novel is gone.
Yep.
So
that
that breaks it up into two different storylines.
Yep.
It makes it a little confusing.
Yep. She finds out her novel is gone. She finds another note, and it says, "Higher, higher, higher. I am a demon of the fire. And each blazing roof's my pyre." Which Wednesday figures out that whoever stole her novel is going to burn her manuscript, aka novel, at the founder's pyre. Oh, dang. and Enid's like, "Is that your only copy?" And it's just like, seriously, copy machines aren't even 21st century tech. Hey, Pumpkin. Sorry, my sweetie. And Wednesday says she's not going to allow 2 years of her life go up in flames.
Yeah, because she spent 2 years
writing that novel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know that happens.
Yes.
So there's the founder's pyre.
I love that purple.
I do love the purple too. I'm like, where is that effect coming from? The lights?
That is the lights. The lights are purple. But I'm just like, wow, it looks so beautiful the way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. No, it's great. In the show, you see it flying around because it's a spell. You see it flying around the area, and it's just like it just shows you just how beautiful the area they're flying around is, or they're camping out is. Yeah, and you can see Pugsley and
Eugene.
They're still hanging out. They're buddies, and they're gonna stick together. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
She's trying. She's trying to like be all social right now.
Yeah. Enid's taking
Selfie.
selfies and pictures, and then you see I don't know if you can see her, but I'll try. I don't think I can get her. Oh, there she is. So there's the red-headed girl right there, just looking at Wednesday as a fed girl.
Yes.
Yeah.
She's fangirling over Wednesday again, like, oh, Wednesday, what are you gonna do now?
Yep. There's Pugsley and Eugene, and Pugsley's like telling Eugene once the bonfire is lit, he's going to sneak off to the skull tree to dig up that dead kid and asks who's coming. And
Right.
everyone is just stunned. They're like, this is like a bad idea. Why would we do this? And Eugene's like, tells Pugsley, sorry, tonight is his big night, and Principal Barry Dor is going to recognize him for helping saving the school. So poor Pugsley. He's not even catching a break.
Nope.
And there's Wednesday and Thing right there. She gets bumped into, and she feels something in her coat pocket.
Yep.
And she reaches in, and she gets cut because you can see there's freaking
there's razor blades
right on the note. I'm like, what the heck? If the note reads, if you don't want your nephew to go up and smoke, meet me under the pyre. P.S. I found a few more typos.
Oh no.
Which is not really typos, but in Old English.
That's true. I mean, obviously, whoever's stalking her does not know Old English.
Yeah. So she's trying to get away into underneath the pyre. Ajax sees Enid. He approaches her, wondering why Enid's ghosting him and stuff. And, at the same time, Enid's trying to cover up for Wednesday. Like, there's nothing going on here. And then Bruno shows up. Enid excuses herself to follow Wednesday and stuff. And Wednesday goes into the pyre. There's the Mr. and Mrs. Adams with Lurch. And there's the scholarship students, I'm guessing. And they're about to sing. So
that might be the chorus.
Yeah, I do remember the chorus right here. And Mrs. Caprice singing Nevermore Alma Mater.
Alma Mater, yes, this is a song.
Yeah. So the Vinci's, the Sirens, the Faceless, and the Gorgons are, I guess, singing the song. The song does mention Edgar Allan Poe. And I find it so funny. This guy is trying to octave his voice higher because he's really feeling the music Miss Capri is singing. And if Bianca is trying to tell him to quit it.
Right.
Yes.
I didn't find it so funny.
And then now
Yeah.
I do
Yeah.
love how eventually that eagle, takes off.
Mm-hmm. So once the song is done, of course, Mrs. Adams had the last note of the song.
Yes.
And then Principal Barry Dirt starts the stereo box or the boom box, and it's playing "Dancing in the Dark" by Bruce Springsteen.
That's an excellent song. I love this version.
Mhm. Which, in Principal Barry Dirt's view, was an outcast.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. And it's giving a pep talk about being outcasts are great and stuff like that. And Enid's telling Wednesday to get out of the pyre because they're gonna lit the pyre.
I remember there's a huge applause line,
Yeah.
and she's yelling out there into that abyss, yelling at Wednesday, "Hey, come out! Like they're gonna light it! They're gonna light it!" And
Yep.
she hasn't come out yet.
And that's when Principal Barry Dort fires
Yeah, he just
fire
fires his little handgun,
off this finger of his
little powers.
finger, and it flies right to the fire.
Mm-hmm.
Boom. So apparently he has fire abilities. And that's when things starts to get
Yes.
worried. Enid starts to get worried. Pugsley
Pugsley doesn't know.
out of sorts. Once she sees her manuscript, she gets the manuscript. And there's when the Fidelity students use their ability for the bird to take off, which looks like a freaking phoenix.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Lovely, by the way. So
Whoa,
Wednesday is like
beautiful
on her way to get out of the pyre and stuff. Looks really cool.
It does. It really, really
The
does.
bird
And
on
Mhm.
fire and stuff.
it's almost like a phoenix there when it does that.
Mhm. Definitely.
I think that's the point. Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah. Looks pretty cool. And it explodes into the air. But Wednesday's like still in the pyre, and Wednesday's still in the pyre. She barely escapes. And Enid's like calling her name and calling for help. Of course, the students are clapping. What you saw, like the Firebird going bye bye.
Yeah.
Mhm.
They're clapping at the Firebird. Yeah.
Yep.
They don't know that Wednesday is in there.
Yep.
Right.
Until Enid screamed help, but by the time she did, Wednesday was already out.
She was already out. You could see her right there in the front.
Yep.
Mhm.
Barely saved her manuscript.
With her manuscript it had, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently, Principal Barry Dork wants to unveil something very special.
Oh yes.
Oh yeah.
This painting. Oh my goodness.
Yep, it's a portrait.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
I like the portrait, but the only thing that is not Wednesday is that pose.
I'm so glad. I'm so glad that
Which
she did what she
Wednesday
did.
is just stunned by.
I'm so glad she
Absolutely
did this.
stunned by. Apparently, Principal Barry Dort had this commission to commemorate how Wednesday and her ragtag group of buddies saved the school.
Oh no.
If I would have liked it if it wasn't for that pose of Wednesday.
True, and that really cheesy smile of hers.
Yeah, definitely. And Principal Barry Dort asks Wednesday to give a few words of inspiration to launch them into the new era.
Yes, please burn this fucker down.
Yeah,
I love that she does.
and her parents, like, I can't really find it, but her parents. So Wednesday gives the manuscript to Enid, and you see it's a little bit burnt, saved
Yes.
but burnt, a little bit burnt.
Yeah, on the edges. Yeah,
Mhm.
for sure.
Great.
And Gomez and
They look worried.
Marcia are looking at each other because I think they know what to expect here.
Mm-hmm.
This is something that they had to deal with their own growing up. If I remember.
Yeah. So Wednesday gets the mic because she's saying, like, tonight is the banquet of discontent. That they should gladly feast on those who would subdue us. Our fight
That
is
is
just
the-
beginning, and like people are cheering.
So I think I said this earlier.
Mhm.
That is actually their family motto. We
Mhm.
would gladly feast on those who would consume us. That's
Yep.
what she says in that. I didn't realize that until now.
Yep.
They
Yep.
actually combine that. Yeah, I love that.
Yep. And people are cheering. And Wednesday's like, I'm ripping the band-aid off the scab of civility and will not cease until our enemies have been vanquished. Again, people are cheering. And then this is when it takes a turn. And by enemies, I mean any imbecile stupid enough to cheer on some shallow, rabble-rousing diatribe like that. And people are just confused.
Yeah.
And she said, you thought I was a hero. I'm not. I always play dirty. I never play fair. The only side I'm on is my own. And the only place I'll lead you is off a cliff. So she's actually doing this on purpose because she doesn't like the attention.
Yeah.
Yeah. She don't want people following her.
No.
And this is her monologue to be like, no, if you follow me, you're gonna follow me off a cliff.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. And she hands the mic to Principal Barry Dort. Gets what I forget what's it called? I'm forgetting the name. I'm drawing a blank.
Torch.
Torch. Thank you.
Yeah,
torch. And burns the portrait on fire.
Yeah.
And Bianca is all like, it's like just smiling and giggling what she has done. And Edith's like asking what the hell she's doing. And everyone's just like stunned. And Principal Barry is like obviously disgruntled.
Mm-hmm.
So Meanwhile, Pugsley is like in the woods
Mhm.
looking for the skull tree, which he finds. Freaking creepy skull tree.
Mhm.
And he puts his ear to the left eye of the skull tree, and he does hear the ticking sound of the clockwork heart. But a crow pops out, scares him, he falls down, uses his electric ability on on the ground. And then that's when a freaking hand pops out of the ground.
Mhm.
Eh, that was scary. A freaking hand pops out of on the floor. I mean, on the ground. Um,
Bzz, bzz.
yeah, that scared me when I
Yeah.
saw that. And then someone's coming out of the ground and
Mhm.
stuff.
It's
It's a freaking zombie. Oh god!
it's sort of alive.
No. Enid's like,
Oh, look at her.
trying to catch up with Wednesday. It's like, saying, wait up, I press her hand on the shoulder. And that's when Wednesday has a vision.
Yes.
Now, the vision, and black tears coming down her face.
Yes.
In her vision, she's at a graveyard with crows, or murder of crows. And she sees a headstone. She sees a one-eyed red crow with the right rose, and she sees the headstone saying Enid Sinclair.
Yeah.
Oh no.
And she hears the voice of Enid saying she died because of Wednesday.
Yes.
Oh no.
Let's see if I can get this.
Oh.
Yeah.
And yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
And Enid almost chokes her. The vision of Enid almost chokes her. But in reality, Wednesday is convulsing into this vision of hers.
Mm-hmm.
Enid is concerned and worried. That's when Wednesday's mother comes in, and she's also concerned and worried.
Yeah.
So this vision she's having must be really powerful that leaves her into that state. And that is episode 1. Here we go again.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That was episode 1. I liked it.
That was an excellent
I liked it too.
Sure.
Oh,
Yeah.
I got a frog in my throat. I don't know where that came from.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think it was a good episode. It was something that continued all the stuff from episode 2, but then it gave you a new plot. So that the point of that episode, I believe, was to like establish the plot of we got to save Enid, otherwise something is going to kill her.
Mm-hmm.
And she's seen that in her vision.
Yep. I'm gonna do this in 30 minutes, because it is getting late. But episode 2, The Devil You Woe. So it's it starts out of where we left with Wednesday, and with her vision, and she wakes up for her, I guess, comatose sleep.
Mm-hmm.
And her mother is not happy that because she asked Wednesday for her to be honest with her ability. And she knows what those tears mean. Which is what is psychic exhaustion. And that's what happens to you when you abuse your gift.
Right.
And Wednesday says she has harnessed it. Her mother said that Wednesday sounds like her aunt. And Wednesday just wants to know how she can get the tears to go away. And that's when the mom's like, you start giving me the goodie books of spells to her. Because Patricia thinks she's putting her she thinks Wednesday is putting herself into exhaustion with her psychic abilities. And apparently Thing has told the mom, and Matricia is telling Wednesday not to get upset to Thing because he was worried sick about her. So was the mom. But Wednesday feels like the book belongs to her. Wednesday feels like Goody was her spirit guide, and that book belongs to her. And her mom is like saying that's something you can't control. You have to be patient and wait for a new spirit guide that will appear when the time is right. What do you agree?
Yeah, I mean, obviously she wants her to, say, hey, be careful. I don't want anything to happen. Because apparently something devastating happened to her sister that we haven't found out about. I mean, something's happened, and Morticia's trying to shield Wednesday from that.
It's important. Whatever happened was important enough for Morticia to actually intervene in Wednesday's life, which she would never otherwise do. So it's got to be important.
Yeah. It has to be something important because we saw those images from the book that it was titled Aunt Ophelia. Yeah, her mother's like saying you can't eat something you can't control. You have to be patient and wait for the new spirit guide. That will appear when the time is right. And Wednesday thinks she doesn't have time.
Exactly.
And she's like,
this is actually the main rub against them this season, where it's like, Wednesday feels like she's in control of her destiny and her life. She doesn't want her mom. I mean, I'm sure she accepts her advice, but she doesn't want her mom actually like interfering in what she wants to do. And when she starts to do that, it becomes a problem. So yeah, that's what I thought was important to this, was just that Wednesday, who's she's trying to find her own identity. Of course, she's a teenager in this one, and in order to find your own identity, you kind of got to push away from your parents. And so that's what she's doing. It's a natural thing. It's any teenager would do this. So it's no surprise that Wednesday would do it either. But yeah, so at some point it becomes a problem because when she's trying to, in the middle of her trying to solve this case, the book gets taken away, and suddenly she's left for the rest of the season trying to figure out what happened without that without that crutch, I guess
Mm-hmm.
we can say.
Right. And in Wednesday's mind, she just doesn't have time. And her mom's like frustrated that Wednesday thinks that the rules don't apply to her, but she does applaud that, but says she can't bend her psychic ability to her will. Which so far that's what's been Wednesday's been doing.
Mm-hmm.
And Wednesday, pretty much tells her she can't expect her to bend to her mom's, and tells her mom, "You can't tell me to blaze my own trail and put up these roadblocks," because her mother is worried about her. Which was understandable. And she's telling her, I'm not your enemy, I'm your mother. Your ability is not a weapon to be deployed, it's a gift to be respected.
Mm-hmm.
And was just having enough. She's like saying, like, I like you when you're a crystal ball away. In true teenager fashion. And your mother's like, her mom is like telling her, like, well, I won't be here. One day I won't be here anymore, and you can recklessly live your life as you see fit. Wednesday leaves, and Matricia looks at things, saying, "You're supposed to help me protect her, most of all from herself." So at this point, Wednesday is pretty much abusing her psychic abilities, which is not good.
No.
Right.
No, she is with Thing and Lurch in the car, and she's like, Wednesday's like going through her head, like Gelplin's warning, Xavier's painting, and the vision of Enid's death have all certain one red-eyed black-winged bird in common, which is pretty much the theme we're going for right here.
Mm-hmm.
And Wednesday wants to go to Galpin's house. And has all graffiti with it on it too. I guess the locals weren't really kind to him when word got out that his son was a monster.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably why I guess he was pressured to step down as sheriff. Wouldn't you agree?
I think so. I think at that point, there's no way you're going to stay as sheriff.
Yeah, because people are saying, well, you got conflict of interest. If your son's this monster and you're shielding him from the rest of us, you should be held liable, basically, instead of protecting him, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she goes in with house with Thing, and she finds out Galplin is dead.
Mm-hmm.
He's sitting on his chair watching TV.
He's got no eyes.
He has no eyes, just like his friend Carl Bradbury.
Yep, he was murdered by a murder of crows as well.
Yeah, and a crow does come out of Galplin. A bunch of crows come out of
Oof.
Galpin's mouth.
That was gross.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they flew off. And there's the red-eye crow right there.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
It takes off. Oop. I don't want to see that. Oops, sorry. So which is like what a perfectly iconic death wasted the iconic no not iconic. What a perfectly ironic death wasted the ironic men ever met. Let's see if I can finally offer some useful and investigative insight. Which thing objects because she's already putting stress on her psychic abilities at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But at this time, weirdly enough, her psychic ability, what she says to think is like only the clue save Enid. But weirdly enough, her psychic ability is not working for some odd reason.
Mm-hmm.
Now, could this be something? No, my question is it because she's putting stress on her psychic ability, or is it something to do either with Goody's book or something to do with her mother?
Could be a combination of all of that, maybe.
Yeah.
All of the above, you think?
I think so.
Mm-hmm.
Could be, Yep. And of course, she gets caught by the police. Well, she hears the sirens and tries to get away from the crime scene, but she is caught by the sheriff, which I forgot to mention earlier. Her name is Sheriff Santiago, I think. I think that's correct.
Let me double check my notes. I'll see. I think I wrote it down. Let's see.
Sheriff. Yes, Santiago. Yeah.
Santiago. Yeah, I wrote it down. Yeah, Sheriff Santiago. Yes, that's her.
Yeah, that's Sheriff Santiago. So, sorry if I didn't mention her name earlier, but her name is Sheriff Santiago. Hello, Justin Retro Stuff TV show channel. How are you? I just subbed to your channel. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. So, Sheriff Santiago arrests Wednesday, saying, Wednesday Adams, you're under arrest. So, trouble finally has caught up to her. And she's being questioned at the police station.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, Sheriff Santiago was like asking why she was at Galpin's house, and she's like telling the sheriff like he asked her to stop by. Of course, the sheriff's like wondering like why in the middle of the night. And once he's like trying to turn it like, what you were doing there, Sheriff? Because she somehow, I guess, got a call. Like, I'm assuming someone called the sheriff, but who? I mean, I guess one of the neighbors.
Maybe.
Yeah,
I think so.
No, the sheriff says the last person to have his eyes pecked out, gruesomely pecked out. called Galpin right before he died, which was Carl Bradbury. Yeah, remember him, Carl Bradbury? She the sheriff wanted to know what they discussed, but Galpin wasn't answering his cell phone. The phone has since vanished. There was no trace when he searched Galpin's house and asked if Wednesday she knew anything about that. Yes, I have seen Wednesday season 2 last month. Have you seen Wednesday season 2? Yes, we're
getting into this, right?
We're reviewing it right now, the first 2 episodes.
Yeah, we are. She's asking Wednesday if she knew anything about that. Would she? It was just like telling the sheriff, that she didn't take Galpin's phone, and questioning why she's being questioned, that Galpin's son Tyler is a psychopath or hates his dad, and who's to say he didn't orchestrate this whole thing, which is a valid concern. And the sheriff says that Tyler is safely locked away at Willow Hill, the psychiatric hospital, and says that Wednesday was at both crime scenes, and asks what Wednesday isn't telling her. And that's when her dad comes in. I love this part right here. It says volumes, no doubt.
Mm-hmm.
You can dangle over her a pit of rattlesnakes, and she still wouldn't tell her secrets.
Right.
Trust me, I tried.
I tried. I love that.
And the sheriff is just getting annoyed by the interruption right here. So saying she's allowed to question his daughter, and he could sit back there quietly, like, damn. And Gomez, the dad, hands her a card, say that she's her lawyer, and he doesn't do anything quietly. If you wish to speak to his client again, you need a court order. And says, "Have a good night," and winks at her. And the sheriff's like, all damn. I don't know about you guys, but I think that is the most, I don't know, smooth exit, I guess you could say.
Right.
They're like in this, so there's Lurch driving Gomez and Wednesday, I guess, back to the house. Or I guess back to the Rotwood cottage, I guess. The dad's like say he was fixing his nightcap. Like, whoa, wait a minute here. What sense would he need a nightcap, sir? Like, hold up here. Why do you need a nightcap? Tell me your secrets.
Lurch will never tell you sex.
Nope.
Yep.
Lurch is the master of keeping secrets.
Yeah, definitely.
That is the extent of his.
Yep. So he was fixing his nightcap when Lurch burst in, and he almost choked on his olive. And you'd never seen Lurch or the old boy so agitated. And Wednesday wants to know if her mom knows. And Gomez said that would stay between them two, him and Wednesday. And he raises his glass and says to Galpin, and asked why she was at his house. And Wednesday's like, "Are you asking me as my lawyer or my dad or my father
Right.
or my father?"
And he's like, I can be both.
Yeah, I can be both. Like, I can recognize when a fellow card player is keeping some aces up their sleeve.
I love that he says that.
Yeah, I do too. I respect that. But bluffing can only get you so far.
Yeah.
Are you going to do Halloween live stream October 31st on that Friday? On the 31st, I'm planning to. So like I guess he has a light touch for Wednesday because she's
Yes.
more open to him rather than her mother because her mother are headstrong and she's more they both of them
She's
butting
feeling more
heads.
closer. Yeah, she's feeling more closer to Gomez than she is to Morticia.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because he has a more lighthearted, stern approach
Yes.
to her.
He's like, I understand, my darling, but please understand our position too. We are the parents, and we have to kind of do this.
Mhm.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's very what do you call it? Matter of fact. Yeah.
Yeah, he's very blunt.
Yeah, he's very blunt. But it's in a way where it's like I feel like a child would actually appreciate, because there's a lot of parents who wouldn't do that.
Mhm.
Exactly. And she's like telling him that she saw Galplin yesterday and he was working on a case and was asking for her help. And Gomez is like telling her like you get that recklessness curiosity from me.
Yeah.
That's why your mother is so worried about you. And Wednesday is just telling her dad to have her mom pack her trunks and take her back home. And Gomez is like, I'm afraid her mind is made up. She's staying. Trust me, that casket is closed. Like, I like how she did that. Hey, Val, Edids, how are you? Welcome. And Wednesday's like, asked her dad what happened to Aunt Ophelia, and her dad says that my little poison pen is not my story to tell.
Mm-hmm.
And it proceeds to drink the drink and eats the olive. Nice. I have to say, he does have class.
He does.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, definitely has class. We're at Nevermore Academy, and we go to the what is some kind of like beekeeper shack. I think it's the let's see here. Yeah, it's a big paper shack, but I forget what he said here. I think it's like, let me.
I know he makes the mention that not Gomez, Vestern used to eat the bees and stuff like that. He's like, please don't be eating the bees and stuff like that.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, the Hummer's Shed. That's what it was called.
Okay.
The Hummer's Shed.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's the Hummer Shed. I like the I think it's either a hornet or a bee on it, on the painting of the shed. Nice
Think
touch
so.
to it. Um, and like Juji's like wondering why Pugsley's at his Hummer Shed. Like telling him like he wasn't at the dorm room at Lights Out last night, and tells him to not worry. He didn't tell on Ajax about Ajax, and asked him what he was doing in the Hummer Shed. And yeah, you're correct, AVP. Like, please don't tell me you were eating my bees like your creepy uncle,
Yeah.
like Uncle Fester.
I
Yeah.
was like, oh no.
Oh no. And Pugsley's like telling him, "Can you keep a secret?" And Eugene just bursts in and sees the freaking zombie.
Yes.
And he's just freaking shocked. Well, actually, a little bit before that, like Eugene's like he goes in and it says, "I swear, if one of my bees I'm missing, I'm telling Wednesday." Oh, I don't think Pugsley wants that. And then Eugene sees the zombie. Apparently, he's a little bit aggressive, and Eugene's like, what is that? What do you think it is? Is it a freaking zombie? Is it like that's play to see? He's like, apparently he uses an inhaler to calm himself down. Like, I don't remember him using an inhaler before. Am I wrong?
I think he did in the previous season briefly.
Briefly? Okay.
I thought he did. I had to double check it when I check it again.
Okay, so maybe let's just go for maybe here. Okay. And Pugsley like Lux fights the zombie because he's a little bit aggressive. And then Eugene loses his inhaler. Eugene's like, "What is that?" And Pugsley's like, "The coolest thing ever." Like, really, a zombie? The coolest thing ever? I rather have that in my fictional stories rather than real life. Thank you. So Pugsley says, now we have what did he say here? Like my notes are wrong here.
Something about his heart is the same as described. It's a manufactured heart, and then I think they named him Slurp after that.
Yes, I do. Yeah, and then also Wednesday takes Ina's driving school permit, and she goes exploring and investigating too, which is pretty interesting to see too.
Yeah.
We also get to see Tyler back, and we also get to see Christina Ricci again, which is nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean that's
pretty nice.
Yeah. I mean,
Mm.
yeah, those first 2 episodes were good.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I forgot. So he meant. So he meant. We have a pet and a best friend. And
Yes,
says,
they're
"What?"
friends now. Yeah.
Yeah. He says, "Watch this. This is cooler." Remember that story? Like you guys said, remember that story? Ajax said that one night.
Mhm.
For the told us the first night here, and says he jump started his clockwork heart and brought him back to life with his electric ability. And it's the boy from the skull tree. He's not an urban legend, and he's one of us, an outcast. Which Pugsley says this is why, which Eugene says he's really the boy from the skull tree. He's not an urban legend. He's one of us, an outcast. Which Pugsley thinks it's a good idea to keep him locked up in the Hummer shed forever. Not really feasible.
Mm-hmm.
No. Eugene pretty much doesn't think it's a very safe idea or a sanitary one.
Mm-hmm.
Because we need someone before. We need to tell someone before it eats them. Pugsley is not concerned because he has no brain, this zombie, which means he's harmless as a slug. Which is not entirely true. The zombie screams, which means Eugene scream. Pugsley says it's hungry, and they decide to give it honey. I don't like this scene. It's super gross.
Yeah.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. So Eugene decides to give the zombie a jar of honey. It's nature's perfect food. Antioxidant, antibacterial, low glycemic index. And he hands the jar of honey to the zombie, which he consumes only to upchuck it back up.
Mm-hmm.
Lovely.
And that's when he names him Slurp.
Yep, and that's when Pugsley names him Slurp. He was not bothered by it at all.
Not at all. He was fascinated because he's an Adams. He's going to be fascinated by that stuff. He doesn't.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, his poor.
Their clothes are full of honey now, and now they have to get washed.
Yeah.
Especially with the white
honey's
clothes.
very. Honey's hard to. Yeah, it's hard. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. This disgusting. Here's Wednesday. She's with Thing. And that's when she sees blood on the floor. She comes in the doorman and she sees blood on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
And she sees Enid.
This is, yeah.
Frank, yeah.
Yeah, on the floor. She thinks she's dead.
Mm.
And she tells Thing to get help. And that's when Enid laughs. And it's and stuff. Oh, before that, Wincy is back up a little bit. So Wincy doesn't know what's happening to her psychic ability. there must be an answer in Goody's book, right?
Mhm.
And in her last vision, Enid dies, and that she feels is all her fault, and somehow connected to those birds. Until thing, no one can know about this, especially Enid, but she's far too fragile to face her own impending doom. I'm like, that could be the case at the same time. She deserves to know. What do you think?
Mhm.
Yeah. I think she's trying to protect her because she doesn't want to hurt her, though, too, because she knows.
Yeah. She's actually cares enough about her to try to shield her from that now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. And that's when she sees, she thinks Enid's dead. Well, she's really not. Um, yeah, she thinks she's dead. She tells Singing to help. Enid laughs. She's not really dead. And apparently it's blood and orange jam, and it's her favorite. And
Yeah, I was like, ew.
blood and orange jam. I'd
Yes.
rather take the orange jam. Thank you. It says, "Got you, happy prank day." Prank day. Great. Yeah, looks off the fake blood off her neck and says it's blood and orange jam. My favorite. Got you, happy prank day. Ugh, no thanks. And Lindsay's like, what's prank day? Apparently, it's according to Enid, it's an annual Nevermore tradition. You haven't arrived last year when we did it. And she says the look on Lindsay's face when you thought she was dead was priceless. I carry that memory to my grave. Which Wednesday retorts, you might end up sooner, end up there sooner than you think.
Mm-hmm.
Unbeknownst to Enid, that's really could be the case. And Enid says, like, I was just getting back at you for the fake eyeball on my pillow.
Right.
And she's like, what fake eyeball? Wednesday's like, what fake eyeball?
Mm-hmm.
On a cushion pillow, there's the fake eyeball, and thing is like touching it. Ugh, gross.
I think it was an actual eyeball, but yeah.
Yeah. So there's
It is.
an actual someone actually messing with Wednesday here and playing a game with her.
Yeah.
But she didn't kill.
Right.
Yeah. Wednesday recognizes the judgmental beady blue eye anywhere. And it is like, it's really, it looks so real looking. Where did you get it? And Wednesday says a little birdie must have dropped it off, which is true as that red-eyed crow. Indian wants to talk about what happened last night at the pyre, that Wednesday freaked her out with the fainting spell and black tears. And Wednesday is telling Enid that she's fine. And if Enid said if you were really fine, Lorch wouldn't have to carry her out of there. For someone who hates being the center of attention, you have a weird habit of attracting it. Like I said earlier. Wednesday pretty much says she really attracts with leprosy. Like, I don't really think you really want to get that. And, Enid pretty much tells her, like, she knows that being popular goes everything against Wednesday's core, but the rest of us who helped save the school is a nice silver lining, which is true enough. And Wednesday's like tells her to consider her to be the dark cloud. And Enid says always, so she doesn't really have any problem with that. And the phone rings, and that's when Enid says, "Your creeper's back and somehow have my cell number." So they're both freaked out. And Wednesday tells her to call the phone back, the number back. And you can hear it's Donovan Van Galpin on the phone. And Enid's like, why is Galpin like on your phone? And why you were at his house? And Galpin, once he says says that isn't Galpin because he was murdered last night. This must be his killer. And Enid's just shocked, like, what? Are you pranking me? No, not a prank. And Wednesday just gives her this, like, are you serious look? And Enid's all freaked out because she's like, she can't believe it's only day 2 of the school year, and she's already involved in some grisly murder case. She's already involved. She said that once she's already involved herself in some grisly murder case, maybe that once he is cursed. So she really feels bad about Enid feels bad about Galpin, but honestly didn't know him that very well. Said that once they could have left her out of this, would have then been great. And this is her fun and freedom era as sort of all dead buddies this semester. So she's pretty much freaked out here. And Wednesday's like telling Enid this is why you should stay in the dorm room until she figures things out. Enid is just having enough, saying that, Wednesday's the one being creeped by a killer and that she has sharp teeth and claws. Remember? And also she has her first driver ed lesson this afternoon. And Wednesday's like, you're learning to drive? Enid's like, not all of us have chauffeurs. Which is true. Wednesday tries, has the eyeball in her hand. She tries to use her psychical ability, but it doesn't work. She doesn't understand why it is not working. And tells Thing to stay here, study Goody's book, look for anything about regaining abilities. No, a song he really got me by the Kinks is playing. Students are celebrating prank day. Someone's putting garlic on a vampire's coffin. Oh yeah, they're saying putting prank day. They're putting either firecrackers or fireworks in the Telltale's Cafe. Putting garlic on top of vampire's coffin. Drawing tic-tac-toe on the faceless. The Frenchy student using ability to make another student's cup float. And the cup almost hits one of the teachers. And the Vinci students like run away. Enid and Bruno are like, getting chummy with each other. Ajax sees this and he gets downhearted. Like, poor guy. Eugene and Pugsley come in. Eugene says the best medicine of a broken heart. Prank day's best revenge, courtesy of my very own flying bloodsuckers, some monstrous tiger fleas. Like, what the heck? And he opens the jar and uses his bug ability to the direction of Bruno. And Bruno is like freaking out. And like Enid's like, what's going on? Ajax is like, pleased about that. And he says, like, thanks, guys. And then turns around and uses Gorgon hair. It takes his spin off and then shows his Gorgon hair. And it says, Happy Prank Day. And stones Pugsley and Eugene to stone. Not good. And then he puts his beanie back on. One of the Da Vinci students levitates him and grabs hold of the werewolf snout. Grabs hold of the werewolf statue and his snout. Just grab onto something. And here comes Percival Barry Dorf, and he introduces Dr. Orloff, saying, "Isn't it glorious? Unadulterated outcast spirit makes my soul sing." And Dr. Olaf, he tests Prank Day. Last year, someone put eels in his jar. Let's see if I can get it here. Yeah, someone put eels in his jar. Dr. Olaf is played by Christopher Lloyd, who played Uncle Fester in the the Addams Family movies in the 90s. No, that flashback happened last year with the eel swimming around his head in the jar. There's Wednesday, and we also see the redheaded girl there with her friends. Like, one of them says, "Oh, it's Wednesday." And the redheaded girl's like saying hello to Wednesday. No, Principal Barry Dort says to Wednesday, aka Miss Adams, that she certainly know how to play a crowd. Burning the portrait totally caught him off guard, and Wednesday assumes it would humiliated him. But Principal Barry's like, are you kidding? I loved it. And acts of defiance make us outcast. And he turns to, right, Dr. Orloff? And Wednesday asks one quick question before they go. Are you aware of any student or member of staff who control birds? And Dr. Orloff says, "You mean avian?" And why does she ask? And Wednesday says she's like working on a project about underrepresented outcasts. Dr. Orloff mentions there hasn't been an avian enrolled for at least 10 years. And the Principal Barry Dort tells Wednesday to have fun. At the Rottenwood Cottage, Bianca is with Mrs. Adams. Mrs. Adams. And Lurch is holding a tray of food very enthusiastically. Bianca comments how Miss Adams has done with the place. With Miss Adams thanks her for, and questions the heads on display, decorative heads on display, and asks, "Where do you find those?" Miss Adams says they're from an expedition Gomez's Uncle Vasco led in the Peruvian rainforest. The Uncle Vasco, and pointing one of the heads, that is Uncle Vasco on the left. Which unsettles Bianca a little bit. Miss Adams says there's nothing like family to make a house feel like home, and Lurch brings the tray of food with wib like cookie. there were like whip like cookies. With spiders crawling all over him, which unsettles Bianca. Bianca tells Mrs. Adams Principal Barry Jerv was so excited about her accepted the gala chair. He wanted to bring the straight over, which is a folder of list of potential donors. Mrs. Adams is telling Bianca that needless to say that her daughter Wednesday is not happy that she is staying. And Bianca quotes, "Well, is Wednesday ever happy about anything?" Which is true. Bianca quotes that Wednesday's lucky to have a mom who's so concerned about her. And Miss Adams is wondering and says, "Is your mother? Are you and your mother aren't close?" Which Bianca says that they did spend time together this summer, digging out from all her decisions. And Mrs. Adams is telling Bianca, "Perhaps the spirits have brought us together. Understand that need to prove yourself, especially with a complicated mother." And Bianca says she always admired Matricia's mom. How she built from mortuaries into the most successful outcast-owned business in the country, and she would love to do something like that. Miss Adams tells Bianca that her mama was better with the dead than she was with the living. And Bianca tells Mrs. Adams she thinks Principal Barry Dort was hoping you reach out to her for a large donation, which Mrs. Adams doesn't seem really keen on. It creates an awkward situation. Miss let's see. Hold on. Ancient One says, "Next time in some crazy altered timeline, we hear about strange and bizarre reports of the entire cast and crew for Wednesday going complete feral as everyone else falls into disbelief." Could be. Miss Adams says to Bianca, "The last poor soul who asked Mama for a donation died of fright. She sent him home in a casket along with the bill." Yikes. And tells Bianca if she wants a cookie. And Bianca doesn't really want it. And she says she shouldn't because she doesn't like the spiders crawling around the cookie. And Mrs. Adams picks up the cookie and takes a bite of a cookie. and to Bianca's disgust. Pugsley returns to the not the human shed, the Hummer's shed. Sorry, the Hummer's shed. And Pugsley tells Eugene that Slurp, the zombie, is still here. Eugene said, doesn't know if it's the smell of rotting flesh or the after effects of the ungrateful Gorgon stoning both him and Pugsley that's making him nauseous. Most likely the zombie. And Pugsley's like saying that all of this excitement is making him hungry. And Eugene saying, so what is that Pugsley has in his hands? Pugsley says it's a mystery meat sandwich from the cafeteria. Eugene says that nobody actually eats those. The meat is made from ground up chicken brains and pig butts. Oh, gross! I would not eat that. Apparently, Zombie the Slurp wants the sandwich. And Pugsley thinks it's tasty. It reminds of his Uncle Fester Romanian goulash, which Eugene doesn't like. Like, it's just like, ugh. Pugsley said he makes it with real ghouls. And that's when the zombie Slurp grabs the sandwich and eats it. Gets so crazy, Jenna Marie Ortega, while in feral state, has her Wednesday persona amplified in such a way she actually convinced that she is Wednesday. Interesting. Pugsley thinks that Slurp likes the sandwich. Eugene is like, it's to no surprise that stuff is not made for the living. Sounds like it. And tells Pugsley they're going to be late for class. Pugsley tells Zombie Slurp to not to worry, and after dinner they'll come back with a pack of mystery meat. And Zombie Slurp is trying to break free of his chains. Which I think he did. Thing is somehow reading a book. And she tells Thing to watch Enid and that she needs to question Tyler about his father. And she's going to visit the hide in his backwater bell jar. And that she tells Thing she hasn't seen her. Got it? So Wednesday's like going through Enid's stuff to get to the driver's ed paperwork. And Wednesday says she got a ride, so she's literally taking Enid's driver's ed class to go to Willow Hill. And Enid's not able to take her driver's ed class. That's not very good. She hears Enid coming in, so that she saying, "Just a sec, forgot something. They're not gonna let me drive without it." And she's looking for her driver's ed paperwork. And once he, takes off and hides, Enid questions thing. Says the thing that she's running late. Have you seen my driver's ed consent form? I swear I left it right here. When actuality, Wednesday already took it. Enid turns around, and there's Miss Adams, and how she get there so quickly? Interesting. And Enid is so caught off guard. She's like, hello. And, says Wednesday is not here. And she's just like, it's all right. I'm sure Thing can help me find what I'm looking for. And Enid takes off. And Miss Adams tells Thing, Goody's book, pass it over. And seems Thing is fed up with something. No, it says so Wednesday is going to the driver ed class, the third wheel driving school. I love this scene right here. What about you guys? Jack, AVP, are you still there? Okay, I think they'll I think they're getting something to eat real quick. I think. So at the driver's ed class, there's this old instructor guy. He's like, "Are you Enid Sinclair?" And once they give us the paperwork to him, and the old instructor guy tells her to get in. Tells her to put her seatbelt on, which she does. And the old instructor guy tells her, at third wheel drive, we respect the vehicle and other drivers and the road. Any previous driving experience video games don't count. I have to say they kind of do. In my humble opinion, they kind of do. And then we see a flashback of like Wednesday as a kid in the driver's seat helping her Uncle Fester robbing a bank. So her and her uncle are already criminals? Dang. That's pretty hefty for a kid. And her Uncle Fester is like telling her to like in this flashback scene, you know, tells her to punch it, toots, and she punches the gas. And then once he tells the instructor guy like her uncle used to let her sit behind the wheel while they ran errands, which is pretty cool. And the instructor guy is like telling her like, yeah, okay, sure. And and tells her, I want you to imagine the wheel as a clock face. Put your hands on 10 and 2, which is 10 o'clock and 2 o'clock. And Wednesday does what she says. And he tells her to, with her right hand, shift into drive and to take your time, that she's a newbie. Nerves are perfectly normal. Always remember, caution is your friend. Which Wednesday just immediately pulls the shift down and punches the gas. And the old guy has another stopping brake on the side of his seat, and he stops the brake. And he tells her, we also respect the speed limit. I'm the captain of this ship, young lady. And, and then something caught the old instructor guy's attention, and zombie Slurp trying to get out of the confines of the school grounds. And the instructor guy is like trying to see what's there. and in his rear view mirror of the car, and says that the school gets weirder every year. I would say so, pretty much. And then once they hear the song, Dies Irae from Vertius Requiem playing, which is very perfectly for the scene. And Misty brings something off, and she cuts the wire for the other parking brake on his side of the old instructor guy's seat. And he looks back at her, and she's like, tells him, and he's in shock, and he's like, in shock. And she tells him, I'm the captain now. Oh, damn. And she just punches it, and and off they go. And Mom Patricia is at her daughter's dorm room, and she tells Thing that Wesley has Goody spell book all summer, and you'd never thought to bring it to my attention. And her and Thing are talking, and says, Gomez and her has sent Thing to make sure she didn't succumb to her own worst instincts. Where is your loyalty to us? So Mrs. Adams thinks that Thing is not being loyal to her and Gomez, and that he's only being loyalty to Wednesday. So, like, I guess they feel, I guess she feels really frustrated. Which is, like, understandable. And, Mrs. Adams is, like, telling Thing that he's a member of his family. Just because she's cross with him doesn't diminish that. And, Miss Adams, like, it's like, when, it's like, stop treating you like a servant. When have we ever done that? And then you see flashbacks of Thing putting wood blocks on the fireplace. Her and her husband drinking and throwing glasses at the floor where Thing is, and he almost gets hurt. Thing is pouring some alcohol for Mr. Gomez. And he's pouring a little bit too much. Because Mr. Gomez is telling him to pour a little more. He pours a little more. And the Thing is just getting annoyed here. And, sees what to pour the whole bottle in that glass, but he doesn't. And then you see Thing holding up a golf ball. Gomez unfortunately hits Thing and the golf ball. And the golf ball lands right next to Thing. And Mrs. Adams realizes, Thing hits the tree and the golf ball lands right next to him. And Miss Adam admits perhaps there may have been times when they have overstepped, and she apologizes. We depend. She says, "I'm sorry. We depend on your steady hand so much," which is, good of her. And Thing is telling her something. Miss Adams is like, "Don't take my poor relationship with Wednesday out on you." And then Thing goes to his chest suitcase, and Miss Adams is like, it's not poor, it's fraught. So yeah, mom and daughter are definitely butting heads. Back to the yellow instructor guy. He's being taken from a ride. And Wednesday's speeding along, and she gets to Willow Hill Psychiatric Hospital. And the old instructor guy just has enough. She approaches the security gates. Before she approaches the security gates, she tells the old instructor guy she looks forward to their next lesson. And I think, I think he doesn't want that. So once he approaches the security guard and says she's here to see Tyler Galpin. Of course, the security guy, tells the person right next to him, check this out. Another one of those weirdo fangirls who got the hots for a hide, and tells Miss to quit wasting their time, find someone else to obsess over, boy bands or puppies. And Wednesday slams paperwork at the security guy's, I guess, windowsill desk. And it tells him to call the supervisors and tell them Wednesday Adams here. That is Adams with 2 D's, like a padded room. And the security guy picks up the phone and I guess calls the psychiatric hospital. And she heads inside in there and she meets the administrator. And she asks if she wants, Wednesday. She asks if Wednesday wants a jelly bean. And it says, and she says, "I am a stickler for proper form etiquette. We have left no box unchecked." And Wednesday says it is her first time with a criminally insane, and when she can see Tyler. This is Administrator Judy Spangangle, and tells Wednesday to hold her pigtails, that Dr. Fairburn will need to make that call. So she might have a tough time getting to see Tyler. And she questions if she's Tyler's handler. And she tells Wednesday, handler, we're not a zoo. Which Wednesday retorts, you're right. Zoos don't pretend that animals can change their nature with electric shock therapy and dual drug cocktails. Dang, what kind of zoo are you going to? And Administrator Judy Spangle says that Dr. Fairburn is the chief psychiatrist and pioneer in the field of outcast mental health. I have her book here somewhere. She gets the book. It is called Unlocking Outcast Mind by Dr. Rachel Fairburn. Administrator Judy Spangle says her book, Unlocking the Outcast Mind, is required reading in medical schools around the country. And she opens the book and says she even inscribed it. And Misty asks if Dr. Fairburn is an outcast. And Administrator Judy Spangle asks, why does that matter? And Wednesday says it's like a vegetarian writing a book on cannibalism. Always been skeptical of psychiatrists. A weird way to put it. And Dr. Fairburn appears behind her and she says pretty much agrees. Like she says, like, me too. And she introduces herself as Dr. Fairburn. And tells Wednesday that Tyler has spoke of her often. And Wednesday hopes like her name leaves a bad taste in his mouth. And thanks Judy and tells Wednesday to walk with her. And Dr. Fairburn questions why she wants to see Tyler. And, Wednesday said, pretty much wants to pair it to, no. She wants, closure from her former psychiatrist who Tyler gutted like a freshly caught trout. No, that's not it. Hold on a second. Oh, okay. I thought that was... Okay, so I was wrong there. Never mind. So, yeah, she just says she wants to parrot my former psychiatrist, who Tyler gutted like a freshly caught trout. I need closure. So apparently she wants closure. And Dr. Fairborn says she granted her request with the court a couple weeks ago. So she knew Wednesday would show her face sooner or later. And guessed she chose today because of Donovan Galpin's murder. So I guess she already heard the news. And asked Wednesday Wednesday asked if Tyler has heard the news. And she tells Wednesday that Tyler has proven to be particularly manipulative and uncooperative patient. Of course, she never dealt with a high before, so this is uncharted territory. That doesn't sound good. And Wednesday wonders what about Mayor Thornhill? And Dr. Fairburn let's see here. Says that she still denies that she's Tyler's master. She's being held at a different facility. That she's working off the theory that the longer they're separated, the weaker the bond becomes. Which I wouldn't count on it, to be honest. Wednesday summarizes that she and her are speaking because she needs her help. And Dr. Fairburns, with her traditional care methods, aren't yielding results, so she thinks it's time to be unorthodox. And Wednesday pretty much says Oops, loading here. Well, you know how they say, if you can't kill them with kindness, try lethal injection. That is rather extreme. And Dr. Fairburn tells Wednesday this way, and it leads to a very heavy security door. And Dr. Fairburn tells Wednesday that she could be the psychological shock Tyler needs to initiate his rehabilitation. To which Wednesday says, if the sight of her brings him any modicum of, I think, pain, to count her in. I think it's pain. Let me double check that. Yes, pain. And Dr. Fairburn beeps themselves in. And you see like a security guy looking at a monitor. And Dr. Fairburn tells Wednesday that she'll be perfectly safe, but if she feels threatened or comfortable any way, push the red button on the wall. And she'll be watching everything on a monitor. So everything is like tight and it's Fort Knox here. And Dr. Fairburn tells the security guy to watch a close watch. And Wednesday proceeds to go and meet Tyler. And there's Tyler. And I think, let's see here. Yeah, she's watching on multiple monitors, Dr. Fairburn is. And she's watching Cam 34, where Tyler and Wednesday are. There's Tyler. And she's like telling Wednesday, what do you think of this place? It's originally designed for a schizophrenic werewolf who went on a full moon killing spree in the summer of 92. Which Wednesday says it's ironic considering Tyler was thrashed by a werewolf. You know, Wednesday said it was ironic that he was considering he was thrashed by a werewolf. And Tyler was like telling Wednesday it was her inevitable morbid curiosity that would bring her here. That he knew she wouldn't resist seeing him again. And Lindsay's like, is that your deluded lie you're telling yourself in solitude? And it says that, Tyler is like, the only person lying to themselves is Wednesday. Her. And you sense the monster inside of me. You fell in love with it. We're two black-hearted souls ready to pillage the world together. And Wednesday is like not even bothered by this. She's like, the only thing you're pillaging is an extra fruit cup at dinner. And Tyler's like, you're act like the smartest person in the room, but you're not. And, security guys like getting, getting ready to press this red trigger button just in case, like, Tyler tries to transform, which is why the collar around his neck. And he does try to transform, but that was put a stop to it. Which kind of, does bring Tyler pain. The collar itself. And Dr. Fairborn was like looking at the monitors. And that's when Wednesday tells him that his father is dead, that he was murdered last night. And he asks her how he was killed. Said he was killed gruesomely. Another victim died the same way. His old partner, Carl Bradbury, 2 murders in 2 days, both connected to his family. Which is an odd coincidence, to be honest. And like Tyler's like, he got me Wednesday, incredible mastermind. I'm pulling the strings from here, which obviously I don't think that's the case. And Wednesday's like, who else I want him dead? And that's when Tyler's like, are you looking for my help? I'm flattered, but it's going to be so much more fun watching you grope around in the dark. Eee, this guy's a sicko. And Wednesday has like enough with this, so she turns away. And that's when Tyler says, like, say hi, he did for me, which puts Wednesday stop dead in her tracks. And he proceeds to tell her, like, he's going to kill her the next time she sees her and making her pay for sticking her snout in his business. And wants her screams to haunt Wednesday for the rest of her life. Again, this guy's a sicko. And Wednesday just turns around, says, like, tell him that he's right. That she couldn't resist seeing him. Witnessing him chained up, cased up, makes her dark heart grin. Thornhill chose him to be her mother's marionette, not just because she saw some hibernating inside of him, because she saw the real him. An expendable nobody, a feeble-minded schoolyard bully, with nothing to offer the world except for subpar barista skills. Your fleeting moment of notoriety will fade quicker than your generic looks. Thinking of you rotting away in the anonymous mediocrity that is the best revenge. Quite cold. Like, wow. And Tyler is obviously upset about this, and he's charged the transform again. But stopped by the security guard hitting the red trigger button. And Wednesday pretty much says that she doesn't need to see Tyler, or doesn't need to visit Tyler again, and tells him that she already takes up enough space in his twisted head. And, Wednesday leaves, and stuff. She leaves at she leaves past the very heavy secured door. Dr. Fairburn is like looking at the monitors. So right here, he's like screaming angrily. Let's see here. Let's see if I can get it right here. I'm having a hard time getting it. Okay, there you go. So Dr. Fairburn is looking at all the monitors. Wednesday takes off. Tyler screaming. Wednesday takes off. And we're back at Nevermore Academy. And Dr. Orloff is teaching. Looks like the same classroom as where Thornhill used to teach. Looks like the plant classroom. And Dr. Orloff is like saying like the human brain is the hungriest organ in the body that consumes 20%. And it gets electrocuted by something. He's like, who did that? And the students are giggling and, confused and giggling. And you see Pugsley right there. hiding at Dr. Orloff's desk and firing electricity at him. And the students are just laughing it off. And he's like, Dr. Orloff is like, listen up, people. Unless the perpetrator reveals themselves, you'll be spending the rest of the semester in detention and these watching two people, or I should say rest of the classroom. And Eugene's like telling Pugsley they have a problem. And Eugene tells Pugsley that his pet zombie slip has escaped. So that's not good. There's Enid and Bruno together. They go into the dorm room. Bruno's like, so you didn't have your first driving, you didn't have your driving lesson. And Enid said, no, he was a no-show. Which is sad because we all know it was Wednesday who did that because she needed the driver's ed card to go to Willow Hill. And then they enter the dorm room and, getting chummy with each other. Enid sees GIF on the floor. She's wondering how did it get there. And she sees it's a dress too thing. And she knocks at, things, chest, suitcase. She's like, thing, have you been drinking? How is that even, what doesn't matter? Yeah, I agree. How is that even possible? Again, I guess some kind of voodoo magic or something like that. And Enid tells bro, to give her a thing if you gives a second. And he sits down on the chair. And Enid just whispering to saying you got a package. And Enid's I don't know if maybe it's prank day or maybe it's from Wednesday's creeper. And you see she's showing a picture of Thing with a wig and a mustache on, which is hilarious. Enid says it's a mud check from the normal Illinois to police department. And she's it's a town called Normal. Who's Fernando Fingertips? Your first alias. Which is apparently his first alias. And it's Cashy. And the note says, found this while cleaning out an old safe house. Happy birthday to my buddy from another body. Snickers and wet willies, your partner in crime, Uncle Fester. So how did Uncle Fester get to the dorm room? Does Miss Adams and Uncle Fester have some kind of teleportation ability or something like that? Yeah, so she saw. I guess when Enid saw the photo. Yeah, it's a mugshot from Normal, Illinois Police Department. I guess there's a town called Normal, and she's surprised. He is surprised by that, and she's like wondering who's Fernando Fingertips, which is his first alias, which was very catchy. And she does have a note, which I said, found this while cleaning out an old safe house. Happy birthday to my buddy from another body. Snickers and wet leaves, your partner in crime faster. Which, I don't know how he got the present there. Some kind of teleportation spell. But I'm beginning to think, like, Mrs. Adams and Uncle Fester have some kind of, like, teleportation skills of some kind. And Enid is just shocked, like, that it's Thing's birthday, that once he didn't tell her, and the Tyrant Adams family forgot your birthday, Thing's birthday, and she's sorry about it, and she's like, you know what, you're an honorary member of the Wolf Pack. Why don't we take you out tonight to celebrate? Which, it's pretty nice for her to do that. And we heard like a thud sound, and apparently there's something happening to Bruno, and Eunice like freaking out, saying, "Oh my gee, what happened?" And she gets knocked out, and he had the thud sound too. Thing wants to know what's going on, and then you see someone we don't see them, but someone puts a little metal pole to block the suitcase chest for Thing to come out. So Thing gets trapped in his own place. Principal Barry Door's playing golf. He has a knock on the door. He's like, yeah, or yes. And it's Bianca. And Principal Barry Door was wondering if Bianca has an update on Mrs. Adams. And Bianca says she has gave Mrs. Adams the donors list. Just going through the names, and we'll meet at the end of the week to discuss strategy. And Principal Barry Door is like wondering if she drew attention to number uno on that list. And Bianca's like telling him, unfortunately, that Mrs. Adams and her mama are estranged. And Principal Barry Dort is like wondering like how estranged. And Bianca tells him that she refuses to call her mama. And Principal's like, Principal Barry Durst, like, Hester Frump is the linchpin to this whole campaign. She is the 50-foot shark that will signal the other big fish that Nevermore is worth preserving. And Bianca's like is telling him, like, why don't you have the conversation with Mrs. Adams, which is pretty much agreeable, right? And Principal Barry Durst like telling her because you can be so much persuasive. And of course, the principal is playing golf. And but Bianca stops the golf ball. Which I don't think he really likes. I think he's a little bit annoyed by it. So yeah, she stops the golf ball. And Bianca's like, you're silly not asking to sing song on Mrs. Adams. And Principal Barry's like, of course not. I'm ordering you. So he's, pretty much like revealing, he's pretty much fully revealing his manipulative side to Bianca now. And that's when Bianca like has enough, and she's using her necklace and tells him to never try to coerce her again. And he does drop his club on the floor. And Bianca seems to be relieved for a moment, but Principal Barry Dort tells her, "Nice try, Miss Barclay." Her siren song, so she's confused, and she's like, what the heck happened? And apparently, he has this little souvenir. He says he has a little souvenir that he picked up in the antique antique shop in Florida Keys, and says, "Beautiful, isn't it?" It looks like a pocket watch to me. And he mentions that it is made up with itty pieces of Corinthian coral, making me impervious to your siren song. I keep it on me all times. And he's like flat out telling her this. So he can't be controlled by her siren song. And he picks up his golf club and tells her to, the key to winning in both golf and life is to keep your eye on the ball. So let me help you focus. You both know that I hold your future in the hand. I could either lift you up or crush you. And he says, understood. Oh, and at the same time, he gets a hole in one with the golf ball. And this guy is like really showing his colors right here. In a very unflattering kind of way. Wednesday comes into her dorm. She notices something's wrong. She hears noise. And she sees Enid's purse on the floor and hears muffled thumping and rattling because things trying to get out of his chest suitcase. And she removes the the little metal pole, the mini metal pole thing that was blocking thing to get out, and things like just frantic. And when she's like, wait, where's Enid? And the phone vibrating is like, we hear the phone vibrating in Enid's purse, and she answers the phone. And someone on the phone's like, do I have your attention now? And once she's like, who are you? Where's Enid? And the person on the other end of the phone is like, the game has just begun. You have 30 minutes to find your werewolf friend, or I put her down. Above anyone else, and game over. I am watching. And a car is like thrown underneath the dorm door. She opens the dorm room door, and she sees no one. And the person on the phone is like telling her, "Tick tock, Miss Adams." And she closes the door, and she's like, "There's a postcard. It's a postcard on it, and it's like there's a heart in front of it." And she flips the card, and it says, "Play dead." Now, Enid and Bruno are chained up in metal chains, and they wake up and they realize they're in danger. And they're asking if they're okay. I'm like, where are we? And Enid thinks they're in Iago Tower. And Bruno mentions he doesn't think anyone's been here in a long time, which Enid mentions has been closed off years ago after it was damaged in some freak electrical storm, which brings to mind of the story of the skull. Brings to mind to the boy of the skull tree. That's literally what it is. It's the story. It's what happened to the tower when the skull tree was doing. The skull tree boy was the boy of the skull tree was doing his experiments. And Enid is like trying to use her claws to free herself from the metal chains, but they're really not having any effect. And Bruno's like wondering who's like doing this to us. And Enid thinks it's Ajax, and she's like, Great Brink, let us go. She's like, Ajax. And then the knife falls to the ground. And we see a ceiling of knives, many knives above them. So this is clearly not a prank, and they should really be worried. Enid herself says, "I don't think this is a prank." Well, duh. Of course not. Thing and Wednesday are on the way to find Enid, but she encounters Miss Capri right next to the Telltale Cafe. And Mrs. Capri is like wondering what Wednesday's doing out here. And she says she's looking for her. Wednesday's is looking for a roommate. And Miss Capri says it's a coincidence she's been looking for her. She's putting together an orchestra for the gala, and she likes her to play cello. What Jack Beard mentioned earlier. Mm. And Misty says she doesn't have time for this right now. And besides, when you heard me play, you were hardly complimentary. Which Miss Capri brushes it off, saying, like, oh, come on. All I was saying, if you want to be great, let the music control you. Otherwise, you just play playing notes. Mechanical. Rehearsal 3 p.m. Friday. I hope you see me there. And then she takes off. And Missy looks at the postcard and, says that the letters saying aren't letters, they're notes. And her thing approached the music room, and you see this organ piano, a very old school organ piano. And she's like saying a heart is organ, which you see the picture of the heart of the postcard. And the back of it, you see, where it says play dead. So she sits at the orchestra, not the orchestra, the organ piano, and she types in one word at a time on the keys, but nothing happens. And she'll then she tries to do the notes together. D, E, A, D, all at the same time. On the small door on the left side of the organ piano opens. And Missy's like to think, like, let's go. It goes into this tunnel. She has a flashlight. And walking into this dark tunnel. At the clock tower, Enid's like, it's only if there was a full moon, we'd be out here in no time. And she's like apologizing to Bruno. Bruno's like saying it's not her fault. And Enid thinks it's. Enid says it kind of is, because whatever is going on here is clearly connected to her roommate, and she is like a dark North Star for psycho killers. And Bruno questions why she's friends with her. And Enid gives an honest answer, saying, even though Wednesday is literally the tunnel at the end of my life, I can't imagine my life without her in it. And Bruno is pretty much like, I think it's cool. You're her ride or die. And there's like emphasis on the die at the moment, because they're really in danger. And Bruno says he wishes he has someone like that. And Enid's like, we gotta find a way to get out of here. We can't break these chains, but maybe we could wriggle out if we find the right angle. And they do try to do that. Meanwhile, Wednesday and Thing are in some kind of dark tunnel. And I get the battery of the flashlight is having trouble. And Misty thought that Thing put new batteries and the flashlight. And she's like, is this look fully powered to you? So it's like the flashlight's like flickering on and off, periodically. And then you see a mysterious person with a mask. I don't know if I can get it here. Let's see if I can get it here. Okay. There you go. So every time the light flashlight would flicker, this person would pop up closer and closer until it disappeared. And then once she's like looking around her surroundings, no one's there, and she finds the mask on the floor. And she looks behind the mask, and it literally says, "Clock's ticking." So Enid and Bruno really are in danger. Once she finds an old elevator, and mentions she drops the mask. Enid and Bruno are having trouble, getting out of their chains. Yeah. So once they sees the elevator, says it leads up to Igo Tower, tells Thing to come on. Meanwhile, Thing and Bruno are trying to escape from the chains. They fell down. Bruno says that didn't work, and Bruno extracts his claws, and Enid's like, are you okay? And he's like, I'm fine. This happens sometimes when I'm stressed or nervous. It's just wolf whimpers. Lupin late bloomers usually suffer from it. I was the last of my family to wolf out. And Enid's like, was like, no way. Me too. I had this nervous claw thing too. Have you tried box breathing? And Bruno's like, Enid's like telling him to inhale deeply, say 4 counts in, 4 holding, 4 out. And they're like, they kiss and stuff. Here comes Wednesday from the elevator. And Wednesday's like, Enid, and she goes upstairs. And there's Thing. Enid's like, oh my gee, thank goodness. And once he's like looking up at the ceiling, there's a bunch of knives up the ceiling. Here comes Thing to the rescue, but he trips some kind of wire. Yeah. Yeah, Winston looks up at the knife ceiling. Enid tells Winston to help to get them out of this. Winston is so when's notices the danger thing is coming along, but he shifts some kind of wire. Um, yeah, things coming to help Enid and Bruno, because Enid's telling thing to pick their locks, but he trips some kind of wire, which is not good. And some knives are sporadically falling into the floor. Enid's telling thing to watch out, and knives are also sporadically falling around Enid and Bruno. Thing. He gets pinned down by a special knife with handle grips. So he's pinned down. He can't do anything now. And then mechanical wheels are rotating underneath the floor, and the ceiling of knives are moving steadily closer to where Enid and Bruno are at. Once he notices the big wheel turning downstairs, big wheel right there with the typewriter is. She goes down the stairs. And the note says, "What don't you see? Type your answer to set your friends free." Mind you, the ceiling of knives are getting closer to Bruno and Enid, or Enid to Bruno. And Enid is freaking out. And Misty is looking around her surroundings. Misty is looking around a bunch of books. She says Poe, Dante, Shelley, Dickens. Meanwhile, Enid is telling Wednesday to hurry up. And Wednesday notes that each stack, each stack is the collective work of famous author. Each stack is the collective work of famous author. Enid is telling Wednesday, hurry up. Wednesday says Proust, Tolstoy, the answer must be a book that's missing. Enid is even more freaking out, saying, "I swear if I survive this, I'm demanding a spa day." Just a spa day? You should be asking more than that. And then, weirdly enough, let's see if I can get it here. I'm not sure I'm getting it here. Oh, here we go. The Babysitters Club. That what's the questions? And Ina's how many is in that one? And Wesley says 131. And Edith's like, damn it, that's all of them, unless you're counting graphic novels. And Wesley's like, has enough, like says, enough, Enid. And Enid is like freaking out. And Wesley's like, reminding yourself, but what you don't see. And she's noticing that, of course, The Invisible Man by H.G. Wells is not there. That's the missing book. And the knives are like getting ever so closely, and they're destroying this box right here. Meanwhile, Lindsay's at the typewriter typing her answer as fast as she can. And the knives are getting really, really close to Enid. And finally, Wednesday types in, yeah. So the box right here. Let's see, I can get it right here. Let's see. I forgot something. Oh, here we go. So there's the box is getting crushed and stuff like that, by the knives, and the knives are getting really close to Enid and Bruno. And Wednesday is telling Wednesday it's time's up. So and Wednesday finally goes to the typewriter, and types in. Let's see, I can get it. The Invisible Man, and the giant mechanical wheel stops. And the knife is really close to Enid, like this close. And the knives are going back to their original position. There's the ceiling of knives are being raised up. Enid is like to Wednesday that she did. Enid and Bruno are both relieved. Wednesday breaks free from the handle knife that was pinning him down, and someone's slowly clapping. And it's revealed. See two hands in the middle of the air. And Wednesday's like, who's there? And it's revealed to be the redheaded girl. And she says, happy prank day. And Wednesday's like, this is my crazed creeper that is an invisible 13-year-old. And she giggles and jiggles some keys. Like, Enid and Bruno are astonished. She's like, the redheaded girl's juggling some keys, and she throws them to the floor, and things like gets them, and is unlocking the chains from Enid and Bruno. So the redheaded girl said she hasn't properly introduced. Her name is Agnes D. Millie, her number one fan. And was just like, you don't seriously expect me to believe you're pulled off this elaborate plank solo. Thing frees Enid and Brenda from their chains. Agnes says she had a little help from the Vinci's after she blackmailed them with incriminating Snapchat pics. Perks of being invisible. I just asked myself, WWWD, what would Wednesday do? And Enid's like, that is my line, you little psycho. Agnes said she knew if she came up with the most twisted game, she'll get Wednesday's attention and hope it will live up to her exacting standards. Admit you were a little impressed. Enid says she can't believe she was almost perforated by her fangirl, by Wednesday's fangirl Mini-Me. And she Enid extract her claws and was about to take Audrey because she wanted to return a favor, but Bruno stopped her. And it's pretty much tell Enid to park her Rainbow Claws Barbie, which is funny. Besides, she got Enid some low time with the pack hottie and says you're welcome. Wednesday says to Audrey that she almost burned her novel at the Founders Pyre. And Agnes said that was just an appetizer. That this was the main course, like the Agos Tower. And Wednesday's like questioning if, then why do you kill Gap and place his eyeball in Enid's cushion? Enid is shocked that that eyeball was real. And Agnes says she didn't kill Beltman. She just wanted to become her friend, not her next murder case. And she took Gelplin's phones as a souvenir. She hands it to Wednesday. So she scrolled through his texts and emails. And Wednesday asks Agnes if she didn't kill him, then who did? Agnes says she can help her find that out. So they all go to the elevator. Except for Agnes. She says for more. And that's so yeah, everyone's like in the elevator, and Enid says like only Wednesday Agnes could have multiple creepers, and Agnes was wondering the elevator has room for one more. And Enid says to Audrey, "Wannabes takes the stairs," and the elevator like just goes down. At Waterwood Cottage, Bianca goes to the cottage. Trisha is like, says, "What a surprise! Come in. Did you forgot something?" This one, Bianca takes her necklace off. Says, "Actually, I did," and uses her siren song on her to tell her to contact her mama, invite her to the gala, secure a large donation. She is your highest priority. Miss Adams is completely under her Bianca's spell, and she's like, "Yeah, yes, that's it, mama. I should call her." And Bianca pretty much tells her that she'll have no memory that she was here. As she takes off, she tells Mrs. Adams goodnight and takes off. Well, actually pondering what she has done, which isn't good. Wednesday is that Thing's chest suitcase, and she knocks. Thing appears. Let's see if I can get her. Yeah, Wednesday knocks at Thing's chest suitcase, and Wednesday says she has forgot his birthday. That's inexcusable, and hope this makes up for her memory lapse. She opens the jewelry box. Let's see if we can open the jewelry box. Let's see here. Yeah, there she is. And yeah, shows the jewelry box that says antique thumb screw, Napoleonic era, designed by Anatole Deibler, France's most notorious torturer. And she puts her hands together, saying that she's willing to be his first victim. Thing says he's concerned about Enid. Winston says she's concerned about Enid too. I'm masking my flame hair creeper was an unwelcome distraction. If I'm able to gain my psychic ability, I think I'll be able to save Enid and figure out who killed Gap and Bradbury. Let's take another look at Goody's book. And Thing audibly retreats. Wednesday goes to her desk. She notices her Wednesday says, "Did you find any answers in there?" She opens her desk drawer and it's not there. And she's like, "Where's Goody's book?" And Thing comes out, tells her something. And Wednesday's like, "My mother took my book." Then Wednesday looks outside. She sees a one-eyed crow right there. It takes off. She goes to the balcony. She sees the bird flying away. And then we see a zombie slurp running in the woods. Going somewhere. We see the old instructor guy on the phone. And we hear the voice message of Principal Barry Dort saying, we reached Principal Dort. I'm unavailable, but don't panic. Leave a message and I'll get back to you. Always remember, nevermore for never evermore. And the old guy instructor says his name is Gabe Packard. I'm performing that he's no longer teaching Nevermore students. Edith Sinclair has pushed me over the edge. And then he hits something, and zombie slurp. And he's like, "Oh my gosh!" And he's like, like in shock. And he goes out to see what he hit. Nothing's there. He turns around and there's the zombie slurp, and proceeds to tackle him and eat him. AKA Gabe Packard, while he's screaming. And that is episode 2, The Devil You Woe. Thank you so much for coming here. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna say thank you to Eldridge Warcaster, Bone, DJ Play Nice, UO, sorry if I'm getting your name wrong, Ancient One, Justin Retro Stuff TV Show Channel, and Valette. Thank you guys so much for coming. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I'll be back next week. Don't forget to hit the like button, click that notification bell, and click that subscribe button. Really appreciate it, guys. Also, thank you to my amazing panelists. Please check out the channels as well. And with that, guys, I'm gonna get out of here. You guys have a good rest of your evening/morning, and I'll catch you later. Bye. Meow. If this is your first time being here, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. You can also follow me on Twitter and Instagram at RaquelSSG2211. Catch you later.